All right, we are back on Bayou Time and very pleased to have with us Senator Brett Alain, District 21. And I chuckle because, God, it took us all a little while to say Alain correctly, right?
It did take you a while, but you finally got it. I appreciate that.
Yeah, everybody just, I heard it pronounced so many different ways until I just learned how to say Alain.
Yeah.
You know, but
that's the French pronunciation. So
there you go. Well, look, you've had a pretty storied career as our senator. I remember when you were first starting out, a lot of people didn't know what they were going to get. That's fair. I mean, because you just get elected, people say, well, can he back up what he campaigned for? You backed it up pretty well. You rose in the ranks. You had many projects, capital outlay projects. As you look back over that time period, you'd probably be pretty pleased with what happened.
I am pleased. I think, I've worked hard, not only to rise in the ranks, as you said, but also there were certain projects that I took on, mainly getting capital for things that would create jobs and infrastructure and things that would protect people, like coastal protection. I mean, we fought for all of those things, and I think we're pretty successful. If you look at the 12 years I actually had them added up, we were just shy of $1 billion for this area, interjected here for projects and roads and bridges and all of that. So, yeah, I'm pretty proud of that.
I tried to toss your name out a good bit. Most of the time when a legislature brings a lot of money to an area, there's all kind of press conferences and everything else. Over the years, I've covered many. That wasn't your game.
No. I didn't need to get credit. I whenever you asked me, I would come on the show, but not really. I let my accomplishments speak for myself.
And there's quite a bit. Let's start with, not that we're going to put Terrebonne before everything, but it's first on the list. So the Houma Navigational Canal Deepening Project, $40.7 million. The Precision AG Training Facility at Fletcher, $20.3 million. Terrebonne General Emergency Power Upgrade, $17.3 million. Hollywood and Valhalla Roundabout Planning, that was $1.9 million. The Falgout Canal Pump Station Replacement, $2.125 million. Terrebonne Sports Complex, $3.939 million. West Side Alma Street Drainage, $783,000. Valhalla Extension, Savain to 311, $32 million. That's just Terrebonne. I'm going to mention all the others, but that's a lot of projects.
That's a lot of projects.
Yeah.
And look, you notice that list? It's things that either creates jobs or improves infrastructure so that you can bring jobs here or make it more pleasant for the people that are here. And look, we put hundreds of millions of dollars into Merganza to the Gulf, to protecting people, also for the port and the Houma Nav and the locks that went there. I mean, it was, and not all these projects were actually in my district, but they were important to the people that lived in my district.
Well, because they filter in to
Absolutely.
Let's do Iberia. New Village Mall in Laurelville, $1.2 million. Generette Sewer and Water System Improvements, $5.9 million. New Acadiana Crime Lab, $24 million. Iberia Medical Center, additional medical, surgical, and inpatient psychiatric rooms, $8.7 million. Acadian Com Access Channel, Port of Iberia, $40 million. Evacuation Center at Acadiana, the Fairgrounds, $8 million. Animal Control Shelter upgrades and additions, $1 million. Progress Point Business Park and Airport Gateway, $1.34 million. So, as we're going to read in several parishes.
You don't have time to read them all.
Well, I'm going to get them all in 3 segments. I Hey, look, what I'm going to read is not everything. No. You can't fit everything in, in 12
the Bayou
years.
Shane's not in there. A lot of the other projects, and I think when you get to Terrebonne and Nichols, You know, what we've
Yeah.
done at Fletcher, the money we invest in there to be able to train people for these high-skilled jobs, I think is going to be very important. You did mention Fletcher. Fletcher started out as an ag technology because we weren't doing that anywhere in the state. We've actually expanded that in cooperation with Kennywood and his manufacturing. We're going to do advanced manufacturing there. We're going to do more diesel mechanics there. We're going to train automobile mechanics there, which the Barkers and all the people around here, all the automobile dealers desperately need.
Yeah.
So we expanded that mission, and you'll get to Nichols soon.
Yeah.
But what we're doing there with the Coastal Center, I mean, we're going to spend $50 billion restoring the coast over the next 50 years. We've got to train the people.
Yeah,
and
gotta
look,
have some people
that's a
around.
cottage industry that can help supplement the oil and gas. They're similar in a lot of ways. And then, of course, the $27 million for the new nursing school. I mean, since COVID, the shortage of nurses has been terrible. And to be able to train them here to where they'll stay here and take care of us.
Well, going to the break, it helps people that want to buy cars, helps people go to restaurants, helps people living, buying houses. Let's do this. Take a short break. When I come back, we're going to talk about Lafourche, St. Mary, Assumption, and Louis St. Martin, and Nichols and Fletcher. It's all next. Don't go away, Senator Brett Alain. All right, we are back with Senator Brett Alain, District 21. And I just want to let you know, and you know I've said this many times, if you go to Baton Rouge and you lay an egg, we say it. But Senator Alain has been a good advocate. He brought a lot of money to this area, and that's why on his way out, I want to make sure we give him kudos because there's a lot of projects. Speaking of, before I get into the projects, I want to give you a little opportunity to talk about tax reform because that was a big issue.
I was always interested in tax reform, and the first 8 years, it was talked about, but not a whole lot got done. When I got the assignment to be chairman of Revenue and Fiscal Affairs, which not only takes care of the capital outlay, but also oversees all the taxing in the state. I mean, 2 years ago, we passed that constitutional amendment. The highest tax rate before that for personal income tax was 6%. We got it down to 4.25%. And we got it in the Constitution where it can never be raised above 4.5% ever again, unless you change the Constitution. And look, we're looking for ways to reduce inventory tax. And I actually had a bill this last time that got vetoed to do away with franchise tax. Franchise tax has got to be one of the worst taxes we have in this state. It taxes the capital that people, large companies, invest here. You want to disincentivize somebody? Tax their capital. It won't come. So we've got to do away with that.
Yeah, they'll just skip Louisiana.
And go somewhere else.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the governor didn't see the merit in it and vetoed it, but I think you'll see that bill again in the near future.
Let's talk about Lafourche.
Yep.
Yeah, the new nursing building at Nichols, $27.5 million. You had La Rose to Golden Meadow Hurricane Protection, $10.2 million. Additional $21 million from CPRA's allocation. Fouchon to Belle Pass, channel deepening, $25 million. The Butch Hill pump station replacement, $7.6 million. Kramer waterline improvements, $2 million. Canal Boulevard Bridge replacement, $6.4 million. Thibodeau Regional Emergency Power Upgrade, $19.3 million. Louisiana 1 Improvements, Phase 2, $92 million from a DOTD allocation. So Lafourche a little bit happy too, aren't they?
I think all the parishes I represent were pretty happy with what we were able to bring home.
And it's some pretty even-keeled numbers when you really look at it.
Well, listen, the way I look at it, this was our time to get this. I've seen the first 8 years when I was in the legislature, so much go to Baton Rouge, so much go to New Orleans, so much go to Shreveport. It was really the Bayou time. It was really Bayou's turn to get these type of investments.
And per capita, I think was the only area I think that might have beat us. There's only one parish. I can't remember which one it was. But parish by parish, per capita, this area did really well.
You did, between us and Lafayette, you did the best you'd ever done.
Yeah, that might have been Lafayette.
And listen, there are a couple of regional projects too. We put another $50 million in money that hopefully we match with the federal government. We're going to resurface Highway 90 from Lafayette all the way to here.
Well, thank God, yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
well needed.
It was well needed. We can't make it in the I-49 until we resurface it. And there's several more overpasses that got to be done, but people are tired of riding on the bumpy road. It should be it's a 5-year plan or 6-year plan, but in 6 years you should be able to have a smooth ride from here to Lafayette.
Well, that'll be a good thing. Let's talk about St. Mary. Roundabout at Northwest Boulevard in Yoakley, Chatsworth, $3.5 million. Port of Morgan City dock expansion and warehouse improvements, $11 million. Port of West St. Mary warehouse and infrastructure improvements, $2 million. Highway 182 to Lakeview Drive overlay of Lake Pelore Road in Amelia, $1.15 million. New Central Fire Station in Four Corners, $1 million. Potable water system upgrades in Baldwin, $1.56 million. Patterson water, Berwick water, improvements and replacement, rehabs to 9 sewer areas and lift stations, $7.395 million. K Street repairs, $2.31 million, and water treatment facility upgrades, $2.4 million in Franklin. St. Mary clapping for you too.
Well, listen, every region had different needs. You know, the needs here in Terrebonne were different. A lot of those water and sewer systems in St. Mary were horrible. And, you know, we've got our fair share here too. But look, improve the quality of life of people, give them a job, your area will prosper. And hopefully with these investments, we'll be able to prosper well into the future.
Let's do this. I want to get Assumption and Lower St. Martin in before the break because we have a lot to talk about in the third break. Shell Beach boat launch, $500,000. Pierre Port Bell River Museum, $3.35 million. Emergency Use Pavilion at Veterans Park, $270,000. St. Martin Recreation District number 1 park improvements, $250,000. So what we'll do when we come back, I want to talk about Fletcher. I want to talk about Nichols. Most important question, I want to find out what a high-powered senator who's brought all this money in is going to do when he's out of office. So I know everybody in his family wants to hear this. We'll be right back. Don't go away. All right, welcome back, Senator Brett Land, District 21. And once again, yeah, I'm singing his praises because we call it like it is on Bayou Time. Just a lot of money's been brought in his tenure as senator. And I want to give him a little time now to talk about Nichols and Fletcher because you also put those on top of the list. Give us your feelings on Nichols and Fletcher.
Well, listen, there are a lot of people that get trained at Nichols and Fletcher. I'm a huge fan, a huge supporter of both of those institutions. You know, it's all about taking these young people and getting them skills and jobs that they need, and at the same time producing skilled people that can help take care of us, that can help improve the quality of life for everybody here. So it's a win-win situation both ways. Investing in these institutions is a great way, in my mind, to spend the state's money.
Mm-hmm. With everything that I've just read off and everything we've talked about, I'm going to really put you on the spot. I'm going to ask you to pick your number one thing that you accomplished that you'd put on top of the mantle. What would it be?
You know, you are putting me on the spot. I would say, and it's not capital outlay, I would say moving the needle on tax reform as we did. It mainly went unnoticed. You know, as you say, I don't come on. I'm not a guy who comes on and brags, but I think we've really set the groundwork. The reason we're not attracting a lot of these companies to the state of Louisiana is because they look at our antiquated tax system and they scratch us off the list. We have to, there's serious tax reform that needs to be done. Investments in this state could be at a level that they are in Tennessee, that they are in Texas, that they are in a lot of other states. We have the resources, we have the skilled people. You know, we could really, really flourish, and our economy could boom if we could, I think, just get the tax structure straight. So the work I've done on the tax structure, you know, all the trips to D.C. and talking to the Tax Foundation and a Council on State Taxation, and all the time and effort that we put toward, I think, is going to pay dividends, not only what we've already done, but what we've set the groundwork to do.
I've always said this, too, and I've told this to you on a couple of shows before. You're not that rah-rah kind of senator that gets in the thing and you're leading off with a joke and you're making everybody laugh. Whenever I see you, you're pretty much all business. I know you got a fun side, but you're pretty much all business. Was it like that a lot?
Well, I mean, it's, you know, I took this job to get things accomplished. I will tell you, you mentioned early campaign. I will mention, I think, a funny story from early in the campaign. We were, there was a Lafourche Republican women's gathering at Miss Charlotte Bollinger's house. Yeah. And all these ladies were there, and my wife and I went. We were asked to present ourselves and why people should elect us. And they were reading our introduction. It was an old one. It was like 2 years old at the time. My assistant messed up and set the wrong one. And at the end of it, and I'm sitting there with my wife, and at the end of it, they read, and Brett and Kim have been happily married for 25 years. And really it was 27 years. Yeah. And she starts elbowing me, and she's this mad face at me. I said, baby, what's wrong? She said, those ladies just asked me how old our oldest child was, and I told them 26. She said, you better get up there and straighten that out right now.
Yeah, that would have been a big mistake, right?
We laugh about that often.
That's a good story.
Yeah.
What are you going to do? I mean, obviously, it's sort of in your blood when you spend that much time in Baton Rouge, but it's not like you needed it financially when you went up there. You've got a good thing going. What does Brett Alenka do when it's all said and done?
Anything I want to. Listen, since I've gotten office, I got 5 beautiful grandchildren. Yeah. My wife would like to travel. Our health is still good. Yeah. Look, I'm going to stay involved politically. Things that over the years that I've been passionate about, some more tax reform, making sure that a lot of these projects that have trailing funding get funded. But it's time for me and Kim. Look, I still got a farm to run for a few more years, but I'm probably going to back away from that too. I'll be 65 this year. So this was something I really wanted to accomplish. I can remember my dad telling me when I was growing up, he said, to those that much is given, much is expected. And I think I've fulfilled that. This was my contribution back to making this a better state.
Well, like I said, I don't allow many people to come on here and brag, and we didn't allow you to come on and brag. We asked you to come on so we could brag, and there's a difference.
There's a difference.
You have a big track record to go with it. And I can honestly say I used to read accomplishments from people and senators and reps, and it was normally one-sided. It normally came from the place that they grew up and lived.
Right.
Not on this resume. No. It's across the board. So I want to thank you for that.
Yeah. When I came here to present myself, I said I was going to represent the entire district. Mm-hmm. And I think from what you've read that I've spread it out look, the most important thing when you're in my position is spend enough time to find out what's important in the different areas.
Yeah.
You can't deliver things like this if you don't really know what the needs are. And I think I've spent enough time and defined the needs of the area, and we've produced them.
Senator, congratulations. We appreciate your work, and thank you for joining us on Bayou Time.
Thank you.
One of your few appearances, but we admire that also. All right,
Appreciate it.
there you have it. Senator Brett Allen doing a good job for our area, and he will go off in the sunset, travel with his wife, and he's looking forward to it. We'll be back. Don't go away. All right, welcome back to this segment of Bayou Time. I'm Martin Falls, and we're going to talk about the fire. Everybody knows about the fire. It's been going for quite a long time. There's a lot of reasons why, but the parish has been on top of it, and joining us now is the parish president of Terrebonne Parish, Mr. Gordon Dove, and Mr. Joey Seahan is right here with him, and he is the parish public works operations manager. Good to see you guys, and on some good news coming through Terrebonne Parish. Mr. Dove, I know y'all been out there all day, and if you're watching this on TV, Facebook, or YouTube, today is Friday, so you'll have your bearings when we're talking about this. But as of Friday, how's it look?
Martin, the fire's out. We're monitoring. We're still pumping water. You know, we flooded 4,000 acres. We're probably up to about 1.9 billion gallons of water that we've actually pumped. In other words, a wetland became a dry land. And a fire started, whether it was intentionally or accidentally, something started the fire a few thousand feet from the Highway 90. And what happened is, it's come to find out it was peat moss. And peat moss could burn for months and months, if not years.
They use that for fuel.
Yes, and so look, I want to thank all the fire departments. Bayou Cane was the lead, Shriver, Bob Black, Houma, and Bob Blue. They all worked, but I mean, it came to a point where there's no way they could put it out. I mean, they just limited to along the edges of it, and they kept it off the road and the levees and everything they could do. And I made the decision with Joey and my public works people that we would go ahead and just flood it, because we're actually trying to design, not trying, we're building a pump station right there that's going to pump water into that system, and we were going to levee that off and make a big retention pond. Mm-hmm. So we had all our sea level elevations and all already. We studied that. We had all the paperwork already on that particular 4,000 acres. So we knew we could pump it and douse out this peat moss, which was, hundreds of acres, and it burnt into a couple of thousand acres probably.
Yeah. Let's do this, and Joy, before we get into the slides also. And Joy, I'm going to get you just to point that microphone towards you a little bit more so it'll pick you up. There you go. Thank you.
All right.
I know you and Mr. Dove were talking prior to the show, and y'all going to keep some water pumping on it for precautionary measures at this point?
Yeah, we got a notification yesterday of a red flag warning, which is going to be some north winds, 15 to 20, gusting to 30 possibly. So we're just going to take a precaution and go ahead and pump through the weekend, and then we'll reassess it on Monday.
All right, good deal.
Yeah.
Let's start. I know y'all prepared a slide presentation that will take our viewers through the whole process. So, Mr. Dove, we'll start with you if you can. What is this we've seen on the screen?
Well, Martin, when we knew when we knew that the fire departments couldn't put it out because it was a mile in the marshes and all, and it wasn't a regular marsh fire that would burn itself out. Well, I went ahead and signed an emergency declaration, which is allowed by law, and it frees up money and it frees up our hands to do everything humanly possible. People were getting smoke in their homes and on the roads. It really became pretty bad at one time, as
It
everyone
allows you to
knows.
do whatever you deem necessary to get it
It's
put out.
solely my discretion,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay. All right, let's move over to the peat moss slide. Jay, and if y'all want to describe this one for us.
The peat moss is something that's kind of around the area, just about everywhere we look along the coast. It's very, very flammable, and it'll burn for days, weeks, months, years if it's unattended.
Now, is it my understanding that the peat moss was sort of hidden under a lot of other things, and the fire was burning underneath a lot of debris, and just when you think you have it, boom,
Right.
it combust.
Yeah, exactly. So it'll burn with very little smoke. You won't see any visible flame or just a light smoke until you start getting a good wind, and it'll flame up, and that's when, of course, you'd see those big smoke plumes that everyone saw from crossing the DeSalmons Bridge coming into Houma. You would see it.
All right, let's go to the next slide. Of course, there's a peat moss hazard that you see. And know a lot of people, Mr. Parish President, don't realize a lot of people put peat moss in planters, and a lot of people go and put cigarette butts in them. Not a good idea, right?
Right, a discarded cigarette butt generates temperatures in excess of 700 degrees. Peat moss can ignite at 500 degrees. And on the front peat moss definition, peat moss absorbs 20 times their weight in water. So when we had this dry spell, all the wetlands, the peat moss kept absorbing until everything was dry, and we had a big brittle marsh out there. Because remember, this is wetlands for thousands of years.
Right.
And peat moss builds up for over thousands of years. So in this dry time, anything can ignite it. Now, no one would believe that a cigarette generates 700 degrees Fahrenheit. And so that's what lit it. I don't know if it was a cigarette or whatever it lit it, but something ignited because we didn't have lightning or anything.
Let's go, Jason, to the next one. Skip over the next recent peat deposits on the coastal plain. Go to the map, Jay, if you can. Right here. What are we looking at on this one?
Okay, the reason we have this map is this is what we're building as we speak. In the left-hand corner behind Rouse's, if you pass, you'll see a crane. We're building a pump station there to pump water from Bayou Cane into this retention. And we're actually under construction. So that's why this is the outline of what we are going to have as a retention pond. It will hold up to 1.7 billion gallons of water.
Let's bring that slide up because that's the next slide. It'll show the...
It will relieve water out of Bayou Cane when Bayou Cane flows to Bonanza, but Bonanza, Bayou Tailbone can't handle all the water anymore. So that, like I said, we had all the engineering data, so we knew we would start pumping in the corner of Savannah Road and Whiskey Bayou over there to the right, and in the Bayou Cane levee, which is from Rouse's all the way to 90, we had pumps stretched out there.
All right, let's do this. We'll take a short break. We'll come back, actually show you some pictures of the smoldering process that was going on. Some good news that the fire is out. Hopefully we can put that past us here in Terrebonne Parish. We'll be right back. All right, we are back and with the parish president. I'm also with Joey Seahan, and we are talking about the fire that is out, the marsh fire, and that's official, just made official on this program. We're going to jump to slide 24 if we can. This gives you a good bird's eye view. It's a pretty big area, no doubt, Mr. Parish President.
Yeah, you can see up in the front, right along there is where we're constructing the levee. And if you look at all the green and then you go all the way back, you can see where it burnt back there, where we stopped the burning all the way to Rouse's. And of course, there's other areas too in that 4,000 acres. Remember, 4,000 acres is 5 miles long by 1.5 to 2 miles wide as you go from Savannah Road to Highway 90. And as you can see, that we saved quite a bit. And look, I can't say enough for the leadership of Joey Sehan, it's Steve Pondville, and the fire departments, fire chiefs, and everyone else involved.
Let's go back to slide 8, Jay. This will show some of the smoldering that was actually taking place with the peat moss and other things.
And you can see in the back that glow that was on fire. Besides that, we can have other pictures that show you all the miles they had of smoldering, just smoldering smoke. And peat moss, once it's burning, it puts out a lot of smoke, as everyone found out.
And in the next slide, we see people working. This was more dangerous than I think a lot of people thought. People trying to work on machines around the fire, which, I'm sure they had a good idea where it was going, but it's still dangerous work.
Yeah, and that was one of the reasons we had closed down Savan Road. We just had a lot of equipment, a lot of moving parts, a lot of people, moving back and forth, and it just... it was a hazard to the workers and everyone involved, so we chose to close the road until we got it completed.
On slide 10, it gives you some good information, Mr. Dove. Maybe you could go over this with the people.
Yeah, we got up to pumping 180 million gallons every 24 hours. Probably right now we've moved a few pumps out, so we probably about 130 million gallons a day. And we were getting 1.2 billion gallons our first 7 days. And to date, we're estimating 1.8 billion gallons with a B, and it's a little less than 4,000 acres. So as you know, that's a lot of water.
Mm-hmm. Let's go to our next slide. Once again, showing these are the pumps and the lines. How many pumps you said you had out there? 40?
24.
24. Yeah.
Yeah, that's quite a bit. They could probably use those pumps in the Mississippi.
You're right.
Well, why is Terrebonne always ahead of everybody else?
That's right.
And Joey, explain to him how we built the levee there and all, because the water would have come back.
Right. So we built a makeshift ring levee around the tied into the potato levee that followed Whiskey Bayou, connected it onto Savan, so we could channel the water back into the system. And that's what you see in that picture right there. Eventually, those pipes were completely covered with a full levee after we got all the pumps in place.
And as you can see in the next slide, right here up on the screen, that's a lot of your pumps brought in and put strategically in place.
And that's the Bayou Cane levee right there, and that goes approximately 5 miles. This wasn't just a small contained area. This was 5 miles long that we were having to make sure we inundate with water. And I mean, like I said, hats off to everyone. The engineering firm of GIS, Joe Chauvin
and Trey Middleton.
Trey Middleton was excellent. Earl with the sheriff's office, he was flying drones. Sheriff Tim Saunier there every step of the way, including our own chief, and with Chief Terrio, and everyone made it happen.
Yep. Let's go to slide 15, Jay, which shows the large pipes. Let's skip that one. We pretty much covered that. But these show the folks the diameter of the pipes that you're pumping water through.
Yeah, so that's a 24-inch and an 18-inch that you see in the picture right there. And let me just tell you, Martin, we had 3 different contractors working the night we built this system. We had Lemoyne contractors out of Plaquemine, Louisiana, Associated Pumps, and Norris and Boudreaux. And it was like a weld-all machine. These guys they made it happen.
All right, let's do this. We'll take another short break. We'll come back with our final segment with the parish president and also the Public Works Operations Manager, Joey Sehan. It's all next. Don't go away. All right, we're back with Parish President Gordon Dove. Joey Sehan, of course, is is with us. He's the Terrebonne Parish Public Works Operations Manager. Let's just start flipping through some slides, Jason, if we can, and we'll let them jump in. But this just shows you a lot of the pumps.
Out of Whiskey Bayou. That's Whiskey Bayou.
Okay. And we'll keep moving along and let y'all comment. There's another good look.
That's discharging into the 4,000 acres.
A lot of water coming out those
Right.
pipes.
In that canal you see kind of dug was where you saw that excavator with that glow in the back. Mm-hmm. And that water put out that glow. Ooh.
Well, look at 19, the next shot. Look at the haze out there. Is that what everybody was subjected to when you're out there?
Yeah, there was several times on Savannah Road we couldn't pass at all. We had to just wait it out.
Yeah, that just shows you the effort that went through to get it done. 20 will show you a plume. There's a.
And look at the back, how widespread that some was fire, some was smoke, but peat moss puts out a lot of smoke.
And look at 21, slide 21. That's impressive.
And see, where this is, that used to be a pretty good size. That was all wet. That was a big pond. And we had to fill this whole thing back up. And of course, you could see where we're starting to fill it up right there. And because it's the only way, this stuff was burning 20 inches below the ground.
Wow.
I mean, you see the fires off to the right, and you see some of it smoldering, some of it's fire. That was all over that 4,000 acres like that.
And let's go to slide. It's 25 on ours, Jay. It's one where you can see everything flooded. That you could tell where the pump. Keep going, moving it forward. There you go. Is that what y'all pumped in it?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That was dry.
That was completely dry
That was
before.
completely dry.
Yeah.
But that's just proof that those pumps really did a nice job.
Very
Yeah.
very good.
Well, look at the
job.
next
And then
picture. Look at that.
27. That was all dry. Remember, this was wetlands for thousands of years. That's where the peat moss was formed.
Yeah.
The peat moss, my guys was telling us, is about 16, 18 inches thick. And, of course, that's where some of it burnt. And then you could see areas as we flipped that the green that we were able to save off up to the right.
See, but this is good stuff that people don't get to see what's happening all the time. And I'm glad y'all put this together because this gives people a pretty good explanation. You know, a lot of people would probably think, well, what's the big deal? Why can't this fire go out there quick? This is a lot of acres.
And look all the green we saved and all those trees along. You're going to see trees way back in the back. We flooded all that, but remember, we flooded 5 miles like that.
Advance those slides, Jay. They got a better pic right there. Look at that.
Yeah, see, and look, all these trees we saved. All the trees would have burnt.
Yeah. You see that little fire that you see right there? The little smoke you see on the top left corner of the
Right.
screen? That was one of our last fires we had on the Bayou Cane side. And the next slide will show Bayou Blue, Harvey Parks, and Ryan Fungi came out and with that brush truck and helped us
So
extinguish
they
that.
could get to it from the levee.
Right.
Let's advance it 2 slides, Jay. Next one after this. That's a ground level shot.
Look,
I took that picture yesterday
Did
from
you?
the airboat. Uh-huh.
Yeah, and you're in Whiskey Bayou.
Yeah.
You see, there's a potato levee runs along there. See, we all the way up to the top of this old potato
Yeah,
levee that contained it. And look, more like look all the trees in the background. We saved all them trees. Besides, we could have had to end up evacuating people if that thing would have gotten any worse than what it was, you know?
Let's show the last 2 slides, Jay, and then we'll talk a little bit. But this just shows you how massive an area, and really
Look all
pictures
that
never
green.
do it justice, but this is a large area that you can't get everything in one photo op, you know?
Right.
But
And look at the trees born over here. All those trees we were able to save. And you could see where it burnt, you know?
how'd you deal with all the myths that were circulating around, like y'all were pumping water bases dry?
Yeah, it's.
I had to shake my head when I'd hear some of those things.
You know, Martin, sometime on Facebook, I'm amazed the creativity of some folks.
And yeah, I mean, I don't know if we could ever pump the intracoastal dry, huh?
Yeah.
That would be difficult.
That would be a little
Or
difficult.
the Gulf.
Right.
The Whiskey Bayou goes, you're right, goes all the way to the coast.
Right. So, I mean, how do you pump that
But
dry?
I mean, you could just see the water. Remember, we did this 5 miles of this stuff. That, you know, like I said, that we inundated back to its original state. In fact, the Corps ought to be happy with us. We created wetlands.
Well, right, yeah. Do we get credit?
That's right, we should.
Boy, if we were tearing it down, they sure would come
Oh,
on it.
yeah, they mitigate.
So with a minute and a half left, is this something that you can get help paying for through outside of Terrebonne?
Yeah, Martin, whenever I start like this, we declared emergency, so puts us in line for reimbursement through Go South. I called the director, Tingle. He told me to get my paperwork together. He said they got other fires in other parishes, and they're going to look at it, and they believe that there's a good chance they'll fund it. The state will never tell you they're going to fund it 100%, but we did it by the book. We did the paperwork correctly, so we should get reimbursed.
Well, look, I want to thank y'all, and thank you, Gordy, thank you, Joey, and thank everybody who put in that effort. A lot of people put in a big effort, and it's good to hear that before a beautiful weekend in Terrebonne, that the fire is out.
And Martin, I want to thank Tommy Boudreaux with with Norris and Boudreaux, and also Paul Klingman with Associated Pumps and Lemoyne Pumping. They really worked well, huh, Joey?
They did a great job for
All
us.
right, thank you all. We appreciate it. And of course, we'll launch this. This will be on HTV, Facebook, and YouTube, so everybody can see that the fire is out. And just facts as we go to a break, the Intracoastal still has a lot of water in it. We'll be back. Don't go away. All right, we are back here on Bayou Time, and we have some specific incidents that we are going to talk about. We have First Lieutenant Blake Tabor, once again, always giving of his time here on HTV, and good to see you again. How are you, Blake?
You too as well. Thanks for having me.
Oh, we started off last week. We had a shooting at Sam's, and then we had a event at the Southland Mall, and then lo and behold, we have another one that we'll talk about today. But let's start off with Sam's if we could, because I think you have a little more information for us now. How's that investigation going?
Well, it looks like we're kind of coming to a head on that investigation. I think we're on the positive side of that now. We have 2 suspects in custody that have been arrested in connection with this crime. At this point, it's still ongoing. We are uncertain if any additional arrests are going to be made, but it appears that these 2 are the primary persons responsible. So first person we have responsible is a Jacob Luke Jr. He's an 18-year-old from Dulac. You see his photograph there. And also a relative of his by the name of Heather Luke, who's a 37-year-old female from Chauvin. You see her picture here, obviously. So on Friday, October 6th, shortly after 15:43, which is 3:43 in the afternoon, the sheriff's office began receiving some calls at Sam's in reference to an armed robbery that was taking place. It's my understanding that there were a male and a female that were exiting the store. We're not releasing their names or their ages specifically, but we are going to say that they were over 65 years of age. At that point, the evidence that we have indicates that the male subject, Mr. Luke, approached them in the parking lot and attempted to physically remove the female's purse from her hand. When that kind of did not happen, he brandished a weapon and began pointing that at her. Of course, the male was in very close proximity to her. That led to a disturbance where they began to fight over the purse physically. Lo and behold, a Good Samaritan who was also over the age of 65 was exiting the store. He began to witness what had taken place, and he immediately intervened and began to wrestle with the male suspect. At that point, that quickly led to the Good Samaritan being shot, unfortunately, and ultimately he was transported to an out-of-area hospital where he was recovering from his injuries. It's my understanding that he is at home now recovering from his injuries and has been released from the hospital.
And kudos to him. It's an HTV policy. We don't seek out somebody's name or go after them when they do something of this caliber. It's good to hear that he's recovering, but also the bravery But what he did was unbelievable.
Yeah, we could probably talk for hours about the actual amount of bravery that this man displayed on that day. Now, keep in mind, as a law enforcement agency, we certainly don't encourage people to intervene when you see an armed gunman. But I think it says a lot about our community and that generational age group that's above 65 in our community. There's some strong people, and we could talk for hours about that. But these are people who have probably been to war and have seen tough times, and I think it says a lot about the fact that he's willing to take his life into his own hands and help his fellow resident.
And before we move to the next story at the Southland Mall, also when we mention the names of stores, it is in no indication a reflection of how they do things. In today's society, it could happen in any parking lot,
Sure.
at any store. We just need reference points, and that's why we do it. But it's not a reflection on Sam's, nor is it a reflection on the Southland Mall on our next story that we'll talk about.
Absolutely. So, again, after Friday had sort of come to a head, of course, our investigators were extremely busy dealing with that complaint. And then shortly after 3 p.m., it was reported that the Southland Mall had received a bomb scare. Of course, for those who know Terrebonne Parish, of course, Southland Mall is located directly across the canal from Sam's. These two cases, I'd like to point out, are in no way connected. There is no type of evidence that we have come across to indicate that either one of them had to do with the other. So, again, at the time that the incident came into Southland Mall, of course, they have their own security staff there. They immediately made us aware of what was transpiring. Of course, agents and patrol officers immediately responded to the Southland Mall. It's my understanding that we even had a member of the sheriff's office who was working in an off-duty capacity at that location. So as units began to arrive, immediately they began to evacuate the building, and that was done obviously for a multitude of reasons. So once that was done and we were able to ensure that everyone that was inside of the mall was exited safely, we began a systematic search of that entire mall where they began to look for any type of explosive devices or any other suspicious evidence, and ultimately none was located.
Yeah, and I know a lot of things were canceled. Some of my good friends in another band, Sister Slick and the Brother, couldn't play, so just people need to think before, and hopefully, I say hopefully, it was a prank and not something serious, but they need to think before they do things like that. But that's why we have police, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. And, when we see these types of complaints, we have to take them seriously, and there's a protocol that we follow, and regardless of whether we get information to the contrary, we're still going to go through that process because it's how it's done, and it ensures safety.
Let's do this. We're going to take a short break once again. We're with First Lieutenant Blake Tabor. We'll take a break because we have another story that involves the Sheriff's Department, and it involves the arrest of a Houma man. We'll take a break. Coming up right after this break, we'll bring you a new story. Don't go away. All right, welcome back. First Lieutenant Blake Tabor is still with us with the Terrebonne Parish Sheriff's Department. And this next story involves a special victims unit. And, we hate to see other crimes. We definitely hate to see these types of crimes. And what can you tell us on this one?
Yeah, and I know people that follow our Facebook page see that we send out a large amount of information such as this. And just to make people aware of why we do that, we believe very strongly that our community needs to be aware of these types of offenders. And that's truly the only way that, parents and residents can protect their kids or even begin to protect their kids from people that may or may not live in close proximity to them. So, again, we want you to check sex offender registry. There's a lot of resources that go out for our community as it pertains to that. This particular case is a case that our Sheriff's Office Special Victims Unit has been working for a period of about 2 months. Sometimes these cases are very slow moving, sometimes they move very quickly. So in a nutshell, we have to do our due diligence to make sure that the information we're getting is the true and factual information. So this one ultimately resulted in the arrest of a Sam Houston Jackson Sr. He's a 49-year-old male. You see him photographed here. Ultimately, our Special Victims Unit began an investigation into a complaint where a 13-year-old alleged some sexual abuse at the hands of Mr. Jackson. Ultimately, our detectives began to investigate that matter, and then ultimately were able to confirm the allegations as what we believe is true. So during the course of that investigation, the SVU detectives ultimately secured an arrest warrant for Mr. Jackson for the charges of sexual battery and molestation of a juvenile under the age of 13. He was later remanded to the custody of the sheriff's office and jailed at the criminal justice complex, and he remains jailed at that location on a $150,000 bond by local judges.
Let me ask you about bonding, because there's still a lot of people in our area that have been doing this forever. There's still people that think that the sheriff puts the bond or the police chief puts the bond.
Sure.
Not the case.
No.
And I want to give you all a chance to explain that a little bit.
Absolutely. And anytime we put these types of cases out, that is always one of the hot topics on the comments. You know, why did he get that kind of bond? Why is it so low? These types of things. So we want to just make sure that the public realizes that, number one, the bonds are set by local judges, whether that be judges of the 32nd Judicial District Court or any type of lower court in the area. The sheriff's office, Houma Police Department, law enforcement in general do not have anything to do with the setting of a bond or a bond amount. Now, the vast majority of the time, we are certainly in agreement with local judges, and we concur that the bond amount that they get is fair and true and what it should be. But there are a multitude of things that go along with this. A lot of things as far as criminal history of the person. Are they a flight risk? Have they been arrested for failure to appear or contempt of court charges? So is the victim living here in Terrebonne Parish, or is the victim living somewhere else? There's a lot of circumstances that go through it, and it's much more advanced as far as just looking at a charge and going, oh, I think that charge deserves this amount of money.
And a lot of the bonding, correct me if I'm wrong, Blake, but has to do with if the jail is full too, right?
Absolutely, and that's one big component of it as well. And we can also look at these. I mean, there's other things that the judges have to take into consideration. The caliber or violent level of the act that was committed. So, you know, you see, for instance, the Sam's incident. Those particular suspects are being held without bond, and I think that goes without saying. It was an attempted first-degree murder offense. Whereas someone that is, you know, charged with molestation of a juvenile, of course, our emotions want him to have her to have a very high bond, and oftentimes they do. But it's not just as easy as, oh, I think that is a certain charge that's egregious, so we're going to give it a high bond. There's a lot of other factors that they're mandated to perform.
You know, going back on that Sam's incident, which we talked about in a different news story with you, but any kind of shooting or injury that's happening while in the event of a crime.
Absolutely.
First degree, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely. So an armed robbery was being committed in this set of circumstances, and that is ultimately what the charge is.
Yeah, so, and of course, at this point, the person shot still alive, and our prayers go out
Absolutely.
to that courageous person, but that could have very well been first degree instead of attempted.
Absolutely.
First degree, so, you know. But there's a lot of logistics that go into, and I know what you're saying. I read some of the comments sometimes, and, you know, people sometimes, they show how uneducated they are about the system. And I just urge everybody to sort of get up to speed on it, because they do blame police a lot, but police don't have anything to do with, and that's by design.
Sure.
Because if you make an arrest, who would want to go in there and you're going to set the bond on somebody that you just arrested? That's sort of not the way it's supposed to happen.
Absolutely.
Supposed to have somebody independent of that looking at it. So hopefully,
Absolutely.
yeah.
And conversely, you know, I think from a law enforcement perspective, the judges here in our parish do a phenomenal job, but there's a lot more that goes into it than just perhaps how that judge is feeling that day.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, that I can assure you is not one of the criteria for how a bond or bail is set, you know. So educate yourself on what's going on. You know, drugs compared to sexual violence, you know, you're talking about apples and oranges in a lot of different circumstances, even though both are very violent and can end very badly. We don't affix a certain dollar amount, if you will, to that. It's a lot of factors that are in the criminal history and background of that particular offender that determine what that bond will be.
All right, there you have it. First Lieutenant Blake Tabor, thank you so much, as always, for coming on board, and hopefully it'll slow down for you guys.
We're hoping.
Y'all been busy.
We have.
All right, we'll take a short break. We'll be back with a lot more. Don't go away.
Hello and welcome to this edition of Bayou Time. I'm your host, Keith Whiteside, licensed clinical social worker with Terra One Home Care. Very glad you're joining us. However you may be joining us, we appreciate it. We always like to share with you some local news and want to let you know that on Wednesday, a Lafourche Parish judge sentenced 39-year-old Joey Claymore for a combined total of 85 years in the 2021 fatal crash in Chack Bay that killed 3 Nichols students, Lily Dufresne, Haley Koss, and Michaela Bowling. Judge F. Hugh Buddy LaRose sentenced Claymore for 2 counts of vehicular homicide, 1 count of negligent homicide, and a 4th offense of DWI after a jury trial in August. The counts of vehicular homicide carry 30-year sentences each. The count of negligent homicide carries a 5-year sentence. The 4th offense of the DWI carries a 20-year sentence, which adds up to the 85 years shared earlier. All 4 sentences are to be served consecutively with the Louisiana Department of Corrections. According to Lafourche Parish District Attorney's Office at trial, expert testimonial presented by Chief of Trials Assistant DA Jason Chatinier and Chief of Violent Crimes Assistant DA Sean George showed that Claymore was traveling between 88 and 93 miles per hour in a 55-mile-an-hour zone at the time of the impact and had a blood alcohol content of 0.22%. The 3 victims' vehicle was traveling under the speed limit, and the driver, Lily Dufresne, had no alcohol or drugs in her system. Family and friends of the victims gathered outside the courthouse Wednesday spoke to reporters about this incident.
They all were different in their own way, as in they were all 3 going to make an impact in such a beneficial way.
They were going to college to help people and to change the world.
Forever and always, I will always carry the impact they have on me, and I'll forever and always share their story.
We really hope that this invokes change in all the justice systems, from even like just in Louisiana and out of state as well.
There's no personality to anything. It is just cover my, worry about me, protect mine. I raised my kids that there's consequences for your actions. Joey found out about that today. It's time for us to stand up. Let's quit getting in corrective and trying to address people's behaviors after the fact, and let's start getting in preventive mode and addressing it before they're ever able to do it.
Next week, HTV will have someone from Lafourche Parish District Attorney's Office to talk more about this case. And we thank you for joining us for this updated information here on Bayou Time. Don't go away. We got a whole lot more right here on HTV.
Okay, we're back. It's 10:51 right now. I want to thank Dana Schwab and Roosevelt Thomas for hanging in there with us. And where we are, again, Martin Falls has interviewed C.J. Wazan, who won victory tonight. Just kind of look at the numbers. It looks like, the question was posed, what happens to the Terrebonne Parish Council, the makeup of it. You're going to have a new parish president regardless. It's either going to be Jason Bergeron or Darren Guidry based on the results of the race tonight. But what we're going to do is, just kind of looking. You're going to have at least 2 new members, at least 2. And CJ, of course, who we just saw the interview with, will be 1. In District 8, you're either going to have Kim Chauvin or Barry Soudier. And, in District 6, you got to have somebody new. It's either going to be Clyde Hamner or Cuz Prospery. So minimum 3, as I kind of very quickly look at that, 3 of the 9 will be new. Okay, so what we're going to do, I'm happy to tell both of you, is our last segment. This is it. So in about 8, in a few minutes, we'll be going off at around 11 o'clock. So let's quickly recap where we are, or where we have been. Dana, we'll start with the governor's race.
Yes.
I guess not a surprise. The order The fact that Jeff Landry won in the first is maybe a slight surprise.
I think I was a little bit surprised by that. I knew he would finish strong, but I suspected with that many people in the race that it could be forced into a runoff, and so I was a little bit surprised by that. Lieutenant Governor, not surprised. That there just weren't enough people in that race to make that too interesting, and he's too popular.
Right.
So I think a lot of the races, that Secretary of State is the one that we've been talking about the most here. I think the top two finishers are less than 1,000 votes apart. I mean, you're talking 700 votes. When you're talking 1 million votes, that's a razor-thin margin. And so, and that's interesting. I think I recall that Gwen Greenup almost beat Ordwain when they ran. I think it would if I remember correctly, I think she almost beat him. So that's going to be an interesting race going forward, because you have a lot of votes in the other 5 people that ran in that race. So that'll be interesting going forward. The Attorney General's race, that race, I think they talked about the fact that Liz Murrell could take it in the first. So the fact that there's a runoff is interesting. And I think you have to assume that a lot of the votes go to the opponent, who is going to be Lindsay Cheek. So that's going to be an interesting race going forward, I think. John Fleming, the treasurer, not super surprising there. That's going to be a runoff. And then that'll be an interesting race, too, because you have him as a Republican against Granger, a Democrat. So that could be an interesting race. But as we talked about before, this is going to be super low voter turnout. And, that skews everything. You don't know at that point, because I think with no governor on the top of the ticket, I think it'll be super low. Tonight was super low. It's going to be even lower. So who knows? I mean, that's
going to be. What's interesting is just occurring to me right now. You look at the Secretary of State and Attorney General races, Dana. Of the 4 runoff candidates, 3 are female.
Yes.
That's significant.
That's significant.
Very significant. It may take the state media a few days to wrap their brains around, because there was so much going on tonight. But wow, So a couple minutes before we do want to wrap up, Rosie, getting back closer to Terrebonne Parish. Maybe some surprises yet. An incumbent losing the parish council, but getting back to the parish president's race. Let's face it, we can say this now. We knew it was a strong 3-person race. And it wound up being that. But maybe the people that finish in the top 2 might be a little different than others would have thought. But look, 2 great candidates, 2 great campaigns, and this should be a great runoff between Darren and Jason.
Well, you're going to have one person who's been on the council 8 years, and then you're going to have a new person who's going to attempt to get in there, and it's 2 different contrasts of people. So what's going to happen now is going to be what the people want moving forward. Do they want the new, or do they want someone who have been already in there with experience? And that's going to be the key. How will the people vote? Moving forward. And then, of course, you said the council going to have maybe 3 new people. So, I mean, if we get a new parish president with 3 new council people, that can offer different issues.
Exactly.
If you get a veteran, the veteran win the parish president race with 3 new people, that might ease the situation a little bit. So we're going to be looking at 2 dynamics that we as a people are going to have to live with as we move forward.
Exactly. Well, look, what couple quick things I do want to mention before we do want to wrap up. Again, I mentioned this earlier. 4 candidates who were on the ballot tonight were advertised significantly, and we definitely want to thank them. Mike LaRussa, Darren Guidry, Jessica Domingue, and Robert Alance. So we want to mention and thank them again. Again, we want to thank State Representative Beryl Amity, her husband, Councilmember John Amity, who were on earlier. Tanner McGee was with us earlier. And, of course, obviously, Dana Schwab and Rosie Thomas, who did a great job. Everybody tonight and all of the crew, everybody was great. And, again, it was an exciting night. It's pretty much done. 99% of the state vote is in. We know who our new governor is going to be. Parish president, we still got to wait a little bit over a month. But, anyway, we hope to see you again in November. All right. Thanks for joining us, and good night.
All right, welcome back to Bayou Time. As you can recall, a couple of weeks ago, we had all three candidates on who were running for the coroner of Terrebonne Parish. We had the current coroner, Charles Ledoux, on. We had one of the challengers, Donald Schwab Jr., on, and we had Dr. Patrick Walker, of course, on also. Of course, all three were physicians, are physicians. But Dr. Walker, victorious in his effort to become coroner with 51% of the vote, or 10,544 votes. And joining me now is the newly elected coroner of Terrebonne Parish, Dr. Patrick Walker. First of all, congratulations, Doc.
Thank you very much, Martin. It's a pleasure to be here, second time around.
Yeah, and you've made history, and you are not only the first African-American coroner of Terrebonne Parish. From what I understand and looking back, I think that's correct, but if I'm wrong, somebody will correct me.
That's correct.
But also, as an elected position, we've had people on the polls before that have had Terrebonne Parish-wide seats in the African-American community, but in an election, you might be the first one also. How do you feel?
I'm flabbergasted. I'm humbly excited, and I have to really give thanks and praise to the people that supported me. I mean, I could not have done that. This is not a victory for me alone. I have to share this victory with all those people that put their trust in me and believe that I can perform the job of coroner with the experience that I have of 18 years. And I forgot to mention that the last time I was here, because I'm not the kind of guy that likes to brag, but from what I was told, in politics, you got to brag sometimes. It's not really bragging, it's actually speaking the truth.
Right.
Truth will set you free. And you want to, let people know what you can do positively and not negatively, because, we live in a society where negative news spread.
Mm-hmm.
I remember in high school, we were told that the three principal things that make news work or really sell news, and that's sensationalism, propaganda, and half-truths. Mm-hmm. So, we're really about the whole truth and nothing but the truth. But I'm excited, and I never really thought that I would be sitting here now as the elected coroner, because, we have some very well-qualified candidates and well-known candidates. Mm-hmm. And I figured, I'm probably not that well-known, but I guess I'm not. I am, probably more well-known than I think I am.
Yeah, well, let me say this, because I'm very good friends with Judge Pickett, very super guy, does great at his job. His wife does great at her job. And there's always been that comment by some members in the African-American community that no one in the African-American community could get elected to a parish-wide seat. You just blew that out the water.
Well, I'm still very humble and still very shocked. And, I think that the saying goes true, whatever is for man, whatever man deserves, he'll get, regardless of the negative consequences and the negative odds that may be against him. Perseverance seldom fails, my father told me. And so I think that one of the most important things in life is that if you can conceive of something and you believe in it, you can achieve it. Mm-hmm. And I think a lot of it is just believing in yourself and having that conviction that you are just as good as the other person, or maybe even better, but you don't show it, you don't tell them, but you feel it within yourself. And I think that's what's going to propel you to victory.
What are some of the things you want to do, Dr. Walker, that, like you said, you've been a deputy coroner for a long number of years.
Long time.
So you've seen it. You know what takes place inside the walls over there. But what would you change? What's some of the things you'd like to see changed?
Well, I have a long list of things. We don't have enough time to talk about. But one of the major things that I would like to do is I would like to make the coroner's office not a surprise anymore, not a secret. I think that we need to be, more open with the public, let the public knows exactly what goes on in the coroner's office. And a lot of these services, are going to be very beneficial because as we said, we have this big pandemic of mental health issues, and a lot of people with these issues really need help. And I think prevention is better than cure. So I think one of the things that I want to do is to educate the public. We say stitching time saves 9, but the stitching time also saves lives. And that's going to be very big on my agenda. And the other thing that I want to do is I want to have the coroner's office to participate more in community events. And not just, do autopsies on dead people. And I want to be able to have a simple, straightforward discussion with the family members of patients, people that have passed away, so we could let them know exactly what they die of, in layman terms. Because a lot of times these words are, so highfalutin and deep in medical terminology, and a lot of folks don't understand what it means.
I want to congratulate you again. You made history, and it's good that Terrebonne can progress in those areas. It's good to see, and look forward to working with you as coroner. Thank you for joining us, and we'll see you when you come on the desk again the next time.
Thank you very much. I hope to be back sometime soon.
All right, thank you, Dr. Walker.
Thanks again.
We'll be right back.
Yeah.
All right, and welcome back to Bayou Time. I'm Martin False, and joining us now from the Thibodaux Police Department is Lieutenant Clint Dempster. There you see him on the screen. Also, the Public Information Officer for that department. And Lieutenant, good to see you, sir.
Same here, Martin. Glad to have you.
All right. Well, let's talk about, y'all have been chasing this suspect around for quite some time. It resulted in an arrest, and I'll give you the floor if you could tell us what took place.
Yeah, so a little over 10 months ago, January the 8th of this year, we had a homicide, claimed the life of Roderick Johnson. Days after that arrest, we named a couple suspects. Carl Shelvin, with black male, 28 years of age. He was arrested shortly thereafter on January 12th. It related to the incident, and Keviante Ross was the second suspect named. And again, after 10 months on the run, we finally captured him on Friday evening with assistance from Terrebonne.
What did y'all find out? 10 months, of course. If they find a good hiding place, we've seen longer than that. And normally when it comes to fruition, somebody had to enable that person to be in hiding. What did y'all find through your investigation?
Yeah, so our Criminal Investigations Division worked very closely with Terrebonne. As far as for the specifics, which led them to it, I know they've been kind of working around, tirelessly on this investigation just to close it out so the family could have some kind of closure. Again, like I said, it's over 10 months on the run. Mr. Ross is from the Houma area. So I think we always knew he had ties there and could have been hiding out there. But no, they definitely had a break in the case, which allowed them to pursue it. There on Friday, they was actually able to link up with the Terrebonne Sheriff's Office. And I know the Terrebonne Sheriff's Office SWAT team was involved in apprehension. And again, he was apprehended without incident at a residence where he, apparently had been hiding out at for quite some time.
Yeah. Can you bring us back to maybe the motive of the murder way back when? Do we have any more information on that?
I don't have that information with me. I spoke to detectives briefly. They actually, been tied up on some other cases. What I released in the press release on Friday was pretty much the extent of information that I had. That he's been on a run. I think just to protect, at least until this goes to trial, and whatnot. I think they're trying to protect the integrity of the investigation as much as they can as far as for motives and things of that sort. We were actually obviously able to release the names and location and things of that such.
Yeah, totally understood. Maybe we could talk a little bit about, with our remaining 3 minutes, we hear about the gunshots going off, and it stops a football game at Thibodeau High, and seems like in the neighborhood. And I was talking to the chief actually yesterday, and a lot of times when they fire in the neighborhoods, it echoes across other neighborhoods. So you get all kind of different reports going on. I guess y'all deal with that a lot, but I guess the part of the question that I'm more concerned about is that y'all are dealing with a lot more, especially in Thibodeau and Houma, with gunfire, especially guns in the hands of younger persons. I guess that's quite concerning to you all.
Yeah, no, it's definitely unfortunate. It's something that you've seen, the numbers climb over the years, especially in like you said, the juvenile ages. It's kind of a shame, but we do what we can. Of course, we do respond to a lot of shots fired. And again, this time of year, as we get into the holidays, it's hard to decipher sometimes the difference between a firework and a gunshot. Unfortunately for us, it is illegal to pop fireworks inside the city limits of Thibodeau, but that doesn't mean they don't do it. So a lot of times, we're responding to gunfire. It could be fireworks, or it could be gunfire that they heard in a certain area. As you know, we border Terrebonne and, of course, Lafourche jurisdiction. And a lot of times we'll respond, and it's actually something that occurred in Terrebonne Parish. So we get that a lot, and it is hard to decipher. But, just to go back to the juvenile stuff, it's disheartening, to realize that some of these young people, turn to gun violence. It never used to be as bad as it is now, but it just seems like that's the growing thing. And it's a shame that, we even have to deal with this at high school football games.
Yeah, no doubt. It's just so disruptive, I guess. And it's disruptive. And I know y'all hate to see it as a police force. Are y'all still looking and using that, I guess, program that I guess assigns hot spots to certain areas? And I know y'all track with a lot of the crime by the hot spots. Is that still in play?
Yeah. So a long time ago, it was called DDAX. We used to do that since Chief Zerain took over. That was under the former Chief Scott Severi. We did DDAX, but we do something similar under this administration, where you target the hot areas, and of course we do what you can as much as you can. Most of the officers here, we try to follow where our crimes are mostly being occurred and try to hit those areas hard. Chief does a good job as far as for assigning extra personnel for certain holidays, certain events, and just different times of the year. We try to put our little kind of like a little jump out team, pop squad, just extra personnel hitting the streets, especially. It's not always, but a lot of the gun violence and whatnot stems from narcotics. So we try to buckle down on narcotics, and in exchange, it'll eliminate crimes in general.
All right. Once again, Lieutenant Clint Dempster, thank you for joining us. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Martin. Thank you for having me.
I want to welcome everybody to the ribbon cutting celebration for the Rotary Centennial Plaza here in downtown Houma. My name is Mark Lee, and I'm a member of the Rotary Club of Houma. And at this time, we'd like to invite up Bishop Mario de Ronsonville from the Diocese of Houma-Thibodeau, who will lead us in a blessing.
And now I am going to bless not these buildings, but the human buildings, yourselves, that everything you do here might be forming or strengthen the families that we're going to gather here in order to enjoy the blessings of life.
like a round of applause for Jerry Leday. He never gave up. Jerry was relentless. He never gave up. And I want to thank the Rotary never gave up. We went through COVID and we finally built it. And I want to thank Tommy Boudreaux with Norris and Boudreaux over here. Give him a hand. He's the one built it. Beautiful job. And then last but not least, Christopher Pulaski over here. They were the three driving forces on this, besides a lot of other people. Downtown is moving along, and it's thanks to all these people. But thanks to the Rotary, what a beautiful, beautiful plaza, and people are going to enjoy it, and it's going to help the different restaurants and shops in downtown Houma, and we're going to move forward with it. And like I said, so many people. Houma's coming around after hurricanes, and Hurricane Ida hit us, and as you know, the destruction was unbelievable. But we rebuilt. We're strong. Look at the people here.
Rotary International and District 6200 would like to take this time to congratulate the Rotary Club of Houma and all of the sponsors and contributors of the Centennial Plaza. May the next 100 years offer a bright future for Rotary in Houma, and its members strive to make this world a better place.
Back in 2017, a group of Rotarians in our club volunteered their time to serve on the committee as we were approaching our centennial. And for the last 5-6 years, in addition to various other people, including Chris and Ann, spent the time it took to come up with this project. I'd like to acknowledge them real quick. Mike D'Angelo and Dale Norad, both of which joined our club in 2011. Joe Paul Maye, one of our most tenured Rotarians, who served as president beginning in 1989. Yolanda Trahan, who served as president beginning in 2009. Derek Chasson, who served beginning in 2019 as president, and Stephanie Corzo, who was president during our centennial year. So I'd ask you to help me join and give me a round of applause to these people who helped be a part of this project. And so on behalf of our committee, as well as I know I speak on behalf of all of the Rotarians, we are really excited and humbled tonight to officially donate or gift this plaza to the residents of this community. Thank you.
You know, downtown has a special place in my heart. I live downtown, I work downtown. When I first moved to Houma back in 1981, we lived on Southern Avenue, so I've always had a special place in my heart for downtown. And this type of project is exactly what downtown needs. Like President Dove said, we have the bandstand, we have the Le Petit Theater, but these types of projects, including this plaza, are the draw that we need to bring people downtown to spend time together as a community together. And we build these types of spaces, it's what brings people here, and that is the catalyst for the future of downtown. So it's really been a long time coming. I got the free zones thinking about it.
To unveil the Centennial Plaza sign, we have two longtime Rotarian leaders. Brenda Fauché was the first female member of the Rotary Club of Houma, a past president and executive secretary of the club since 1991. Dale Thompson is the longest serving active member of the Rotary Club of Houma, a past president, and he was the driving force behind the publication of the club commemorative history book 1921 to 2005. I'd like both of them to come up right now, Brenda and Mr. Dale. Here we go now. Woo!
God bless the Rotary Plaza.
Now welcome, 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 everyone. For those of you who do not know me yet, I am Latania Young, the principal of this wonderful establishment. It is definitely a joy and honor, as well as a privilege, to stand here and say that I am the principal of the Thibodeau Middle School, established in 2023 under Lafourche Parish School District. First off, before we get started, I will never forget where I came from or how I got there. Because I did start at the bottom, single parent, non-educated single parent, 2 brothers, and I am the first of my generation of family members to actually go on to graduate first high school and then college and a master's. And every time I go home to my family on the West Bank, I look at them and they look at me and they're just so proud of who I am, what I am, and what I'm doing with it. So I know that I have to make a difference every day. I walk these halls making a difference every day because there are so many underprivileged children that don't get that opportunity to see somebody that made it out of the project. So without further ado, we're going to start off the right way. We're going to call up my pastor, Reverend Lloyd Jones Jr. of Moses Baptist Church and Virginia Baptist Church to do us an invocation. Hear him as you come.
Everybody say amen. Lift your hands up and tell God we love you, Father, because you make a way out of no way. Out of the depths of our hearts, sincerity of our souls, we thank you for this day. Before I get on my knees and pray, I need y'all to lift your hands up to Tanja, and I need to say this about her. Being a pastor, she's wonderful. She's dedicated. She be at church, and the power of the Holy Spirit comes with her as director of the choir. And sometimes the Spirit moves so high, I be saying, well, I don't need to preach today. She's sincere in what she do for people, for the church. And I pray that you all give her love and give her the support.
We're here to celebrate just a tremendous, what I view as a symbol to public education here in the city of Thibodeau. This building reflects this community's really mission to educate kids. And so I think that Mr. Positari's team did a great job of capturing what we wanted to do, which is to be a shrine to education, to make sure that the kids who walk these halls recognize that this entire community believes in them, believes in the power of what a high quality public education can do for them. And we're just tremendously proud of what the tax dollars at work are going to do for this community. So we're very thankful and excited to present this building to you all as a product of a lot of hard work from a lot of great people. I know Mr. Evan Plaisance is here, Mr. John Sheremy, who's right here. They helped make this thing possible, and so many people that put so much hard work into what we hope is going to be a building that's going to last many, many years into the future. And so we're very proud to be with you here today and very excited about what this building means for the community. And the last group that I knew I was going to forget, Mr. Roy Groh and all of the folks at the Sheriff's Office, thank you for what you do every day.
1, 2, 3. Got it.
It's like I feel like I'm in a dream. And every day I wake up and I come here and it's not a dream. And I come back and I come back and I'm walking these halls with a smile and I'm greeting my students and they're smiling and everybody is just so happy. just the environment alone, everybody's just so happy and wanting to do positive things here. So I love coming to work every day. I'm not a morning person, and I get up every morning and I'm like, yes, I'm going to work.
Now, for the people at home, can you explain to them why you're saying the Thibodaux Middle?
Because we want to say it with arrogance. We want to say it with, as we tell our students, we are respectful, we are responsible, we want to make sure we have character, we want to say things, and we want to have a certain air about it. If we don't feel that positiveness and that strength behind what we're doing, then nobody else is. We want to know that we have perseverance because we've gone through so much and the children are still going through so much, but we're going to bounce back and we're going to keep it moving. And so then the next thing we talk about is scholarship. We want to make sure that what we're doing is going to matter and it's going to be vested and somebody is going to get something out of it. I love the Commons area because everybody passes through there. So when the bell rings, I run out of my office if I'm in there, and I come to this Commons, this hall, and I get to see all of my students. And it's on a regular day, you know, it's at least about 300 students easily passing through. The other 300 is probably in the halls, but it's going to the gym, going to the band. We have over 200 students in band alone, just as a middle school. Yes, so, you know, they walking back and forth, and they just have smiles. They're just children, and they simply just enjoying life. And the Commons area is my favorite place because I get to see more of them.
Hello again, everyone, and welcome to Bayou Time. I'm Martin Foss. We're on location at the Courthouse Square here in Terrebonne Parish, right in downtown Houma, where today they're going to dedicate the Courthouse Square in the name of Edward Bobby Lyons. Of course, he served many years here in Terrebonne Parish as a public servant. He was the first parish president, served as mayor, and did many, many amazing things for this parish. I had several chances to interview the former parish president, the former mayor, and he was certainly a diplomat, a great guy. Today, they've made a decision on behalf of the parish to dedicate this whole square in his name. It's certainly a very honorable decision. I know he's looking down, him and his wife. They'd be super excited. The whole family's here and everybody for the dedication. So without further ado, we'll take you to some of the ceremonies. Also, they have several musicians on the bandstand, so it's going to be a festive and honorable event here in downtown Houma, and we'll bring you to some of those festivities.
I want to welcome everybody here. I'm going to bring the bishop up in a second to lead us with the prayer. This is a historical event. Once I sat and thought about it for a little while, I said, you know what, that plaque's going to be there forever. And it's a testament to my father and his public service, and I think most of all, his love for this place. And so, without any further, I just want to welcome everybody here. Gordy's going to get into a little more detail about recognizing people and whatnot, but I just wanted to say thank you on behalf of the family to Mr. Dove and his staff who worked so hard to put this together, and to all of our friends and family who have shown up to support us today. So right now, I want to bring up Bishop Mario Darsonville, and he is going to lead us in a prayer.
It's a joy for me to continue to be blessing the meaningful places here in Houma. Good to be with President Doc. Always a joy, and to all of you. I guess I have been inspired by creating this kind of centers for Houma where people are going to enjoy each other. So needed to have a square where we come, we talk, and we enjoy it, the presence of each other. For this, in many reasons, because I really think it honors the tradition and the culture of the family Lyons in so many ways. We thank the Lord because citizens like the founder of this tradition, and especially all of us that really have our hearts in Houma, we might be able to say thank God that we still can survive and raise from difficult events that in the past years we went through. But today we place with much hope and love for a better tomorrow, not only for us, but for our children. Let us, with this small meditation, bless upon those who made possible this effort, and bless this plaza that is an open door for those who come to enjoy, to share, and to build up good and sane relationships. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit, amen. Heavenly Father, who never cease to bless us with your presence and work for our good and truth and injustice, we ask you to bless this square. May this place be a place, a reminder to us that you are the source of all good and truth. May your grace walk with us each day and help us to work for a better community here on earth, so that we can celebrate in the eternal community of heaven. We ask this through your Son, Jesus Christ, our Lord. Amen. Amen. As always, we spread water over not the rocks, but the people who are going to enjoy the plaza and the construction, which are all of you. Then I am going to try to bless you with holy water if it lasts. Okay. Great. Thank you. Enjoy the time, and God bless you, all of you. Count on my prayers for your families, and especially for our government leaders, that they might continue to bring good news to our community. Amen.
We're going to have a little group session here. These are my grandchildren. These will be Bubby's great-grandchildren. This is Andrew Thomas Lyons. This is Joni No. And this is Catherine Adele Thibodeau. And this is my Uncle Jerry Lyons, my dad's youngest brother. And so, Jerry, y'all want to start the Pledge of Allegiance? Put your hands over your heart.
Where's the flag? This flag?
Flag right there. Are y'all ready? Say, I pledge allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands,
Well, thank you.
I'm on my way out, but I don't think they come and handcuff me, okay? No, welcome, welcome. What a beautiful crowd on a beautiful day in this square. I'd like to go ahead and announce the different people here, dignitaries elected, people that work for the parish and made this event happen. First of all, Debbie Ortigo and Ann Piku, who actually came plant these flowers today. Please give them a round of applause. Debbie is always relentless behind the scenes. Hunt Downer, Judge Juan Pickett, Judge Jason DeGate, Judge Houma, Senator Mike Feasey, retired Judge Morris Lottinger, Christian Bergeron with Garrett Graves, Fred Trowbridge with Scalise, Leah Long with John Kennedy, Herbert Fitch, and yes, we do have a speaker in Washington, so that deserves a round of applause. Took a while, but Candace Baldwin, our CFO, who's been relentless in getting these projects done in Terrebonne Parish for the last 8 years, Mike Toops, Chief Corey Henry, Mort Black, Joy Seahan, former councilman, Dana Artigo, Clay Narcan, Steve Ponville, Cohen Guidry, Assistant Chief, Dwayne Former, Dean Schwest, Scotty Dryden, Chris Pulaski, Kelly Verdado, Roddy LaRio, Ernie Brown, Sharon Ellis. And then our councilmen. I speak at a lot of events, and of course I'm the one up at the events, but this would not have happened without our councilmen and our councilwomen. We have a great council, hard-working. Please give them a round of applause. These guys and gals really work hard. And we have a new one, Clayton Wazan, who just got elected, Colleen Harding, Dirk Guidry, Danny Babin, Darren Guidry, Harold, and then we have Harold LePere, who actually served as an alderman under Mayor Bobby Lyons. Thank you for coming, Harold. And John Amity, Pat Gordon, Kevin Belanger, Jay Walker with Morganza Action Coalition, Danny Piku with the Wounded Warriors, Bobby Lyons' family, Tommy Lyons, Leslie Lyons, Ed Lyons, Ben Lyons, Jeff Lyons, and the 5 children. It's such a great honor for me to dedicate to the people that serve Terrebonne Parish. Behind me, we have a courthouse we named after Bobby Boudreaux, 48 years of service. The government towers after Bobby Bergeron, and the Civic Center after Barry Bonvillain, and which each of these guys built the government towers. And we were looking for something to do to put Bobby Lyons, what more fitting than the courthouse square? Bobby was the last mayor, first parish president. He was the architect of the Home Rule Charter, which we abide our government by this day. And it's a great tribute to Bobby Lyons, served faithfully in Terrebonne Parish, a gentleman, a father, grandfather, and a husband. And Bobby Lyons was politically before my time, but I'm gonna tell you a quick story. My father, back in the 80s, gave him $500 when he was running as a contribution. When his election was over with, he brought the $500 back and said, I'm returning the money I didn't use. You don't see many politicians give back the money. So my hats, he was an honest guy, and God bless him. I'm gonna give you a little bio on him. He began his public service in 1967, elected to represent Ward 3 of the police jury. Re-elected in 1971 and was chosen to be the president of the police jury. And Bobby was the first police juror president to work full-time, hired a finance director and a public works director. He received Most Useful Citizen in 1975, recognized his efforts with police juror and service to church and family. In 1978, Bobby was elected mayor, instrumental in creating LIPA, and served and chairman. Houma was named the cleanest city under his leadership, and became the first parish president of Terrebonne Parish. What a great, he was the only person to serve both parish and city government. And here we're here to honor a great man. I believe he was mayor of what is it, across the lake, Mandeville? Mandeville across the lake in his later years. So what a great tribute.
Thank you, father-in-law. I appreciate you inviting me up here. Not many people realize that I married his daughter some years ago, and so I call him father-in-law. Of course, I did not marry her to me. I married her to someone else, but I still call him father-in-law. There's a limerick that goes sort of like this. Speaker, oh speaker, you live under a delusion. The words the audience longs to hear is, in conclusion. With that, I'll be brief. It is appropriate that this square be named in honor of Bubby Lyons. I have known Mr. Lyons for decades. He served, of course, as the first parish president after serving as mayor of Houma, of Terrebonne Parish. He also, in retirement, was called out of retirement to be the mayor of Mandeville. And of course, when we say Mandeville, we think of the mental health place, but there's actually a city of Mandeville, and he served as a mayor of that fine city. As I indicated, it's appropriate to name a square in his honor. Now, when I was in college, back in the 1970s, with people like Tommy Lyons and Martin Fowles, and many other people in the audience that I saw earlier today, if you were a square, that was not very complimentary. It meant that you were rigid and you were not up to date. But Bubby Lyons had those unbelievable principles that we all, as public officials, aspire to. And as citizens, we hope that the public officials that we elect are squares, because that means that they are honest, that they are diligent and dedicated to public servant, that they treat everyone, regardless of their station in life, with dignity and with respect. And they work not against people, as we see far too often these days, but rather they work with people in an effort to accomplish things not for themselves, but for the public that they serve. So today, it's a wonderful day for the Lyons family, and it's a wonderful day for Terrebonne Parish to reflect on the qualities of public servants that Bubby Lyons had and that we all should aspire to. Thank you so much. I have had the honor and privilege of representing Terrebonne Parish now for well over 2 decades, probably 2.5 decades. And it is always wonderful to be here. The people have always been so very kind and generous to me when I sought public office, and I can't thank you enough for allowing me to continue to serve you on our state's Supreme Court. Have a good evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. My brother Ed wants to say a few words, so I'll introduce my brother Edward Paul Lyons Jr. He's number 2 out of 5. I was the oldest, but my favorite sibling rivalry person here. All right, brother.
They say happy wife, happy life. Last weekend I told my mother-in-law about this event, and she said, you should speak. And I said, really? She said, yes, you should speak. So in the interest of keeping my wife happy and my mother-in-law happy, when it was offered to us to speak, I said, I will speak. So thank you all for being here. My sister Leslie wanted me to particularly acknowledge the Ladies for Lyons, a group of women who supported my father's campaigns. I think the person among that group that was probably the president of Ladies for Lyons was a lady named Dottie Frederick. Miss Dottie Frederick helped to organize these groups with my mother. These were coffee clatches. Running for office, my dad needed support, and the ladies in every neighborhood in the district would organize a morning coffee clatch where Dad would show up to gain their support. So all of the people that supported him, they did it from a family perspective, we have tremendous support from all of our families. I see so many of Dad's nephews and nieces, children of my parents' siblings who are here. They all loved him tremendously. I want to thank all of them for being here and supporting Dad. For those of you who think that Terrebonne may not be at the top, I want to compare Terrebonne's Home Rule Charter and the move that you made in 1996 to move from 15 council members down to 9. I think that helped to advance beyond the point of consolidating the governments where you had 15 council members originally. Now, the old police jury system had 15 as well. So that first generation of the new consolidated government had to deal with 15 council members, a little bit like 15 separate police jurors. Terrebonne was wise in 1996 to improve the system again by reducing it to 9. There are other systems in the state who still have 15 members, and they're not necessarily so easy to work with. So Terrebonne is very, very advanced in producing home rule charter government. You're a great example to the rest of the state. You've raised the profile of Houma Terrebonne to the whole state. And so congratulations to all of you for electing honorable people who've done greatly to improve the system continually. So God bless you all. Thank you.
Yeah, those were great times, Miss Dottie. And when my dad ran for mayor, there was so much energy. We were talking like 1978 or something. And, I hope we can see that again in the community. And I know we have an election going on right now. And best of luck to the candidates that are running. And thank all of y'all for running, because public service is a wonderful thing, but it's not the most conducive thing for your family and everything else. So right now, Uncle Jerry, you wanted to share a story with us, my Uncle Jerry Lyons. I'm not going to tell you how old Jerry is, but I know that he is still competing. Jerry was a track coach, the field events, right, Jerry, for decades for Vanderbilt, unpaid, and you'd see Jerry out there every afternoon working with his kids, and he had a lot of proteges that really did well, and Jerry's still throwing the javelin and the discus, and you're an inspiration to me, Knox. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to you and tell us your story.
Thank you, Tommy. You're going to go back to 1937. I was 3.5 years old, and I remember things explicitly. This courthouse was open on Saturdays, and that's when people from down the bayous came and did their business in town. There was pedestrians all up and down the street. There's very few today, but there's about 10,000 in numbers of traffic we have today, because households didn't have vehicles, very few. 1937, my brother Bubby was in the backyard. He was 8. And I went in the backyard, and I'm 3.5 years old, and I said, "What you doing, Bubby?" And he says, "I'm going into business." And I'm thinking business, stores and a movie theater or something. And I said, "Well, what you building?" And he had a saw and a hammer. And he sawed away, and he said, "I'm building a shoe shine box." And he did. He built that shoe shine box. In those days, people didn't throw anything away. We had an old belt, and it didn't have a buckle. But he tacked it to his box and put it on his shoulder and walked to town to the court square. People used to come in boats from Dulac and Chauvin and everywhere and tie up on the bayou, and their wives would meander up and down pedestrians on the sidewalks here. That's how it was in 1937 when Bubby went into business. He walked to town, and on these squares, they had boys already over there with their shoe shine boxes. A nickel meant a lot in those days. You could go to the movie for a nickel. You could buy a box of popcorn for a nickel. Well, He couldn't take those because they were already occupied. He went over here, and this corner was occupied. But he found this one open. A big boy, older, comes along and says, "What are you doing on my spot?" And Bubby said, "This is your spot?" He said, "Yes, it's my spot." Bubby said, "First come, first serve." Bubby got the hell beat out of him. But he had stayed long enough to make a couple of nickels, and he meandered up and down here, and "Mister, you want a shoe shine? Mister, you want a shoe shine?" First thing you know, he had a few. Now, my daddy didn't have an automobile. He built a house on 5th Street. There was only one other house on 5th Street at the time. And we got electricity. Prior to that, we warmed ourselves with a fireplace in the winter. And we had a kerosene lantern to see and read with. Well, my daddy walked home with a Philco radio that he bought from Mr. Dwyer in Houma here, who was the very first to sell radios and repair them. And my daddy walked in with that radio, and then on WWL 870 on AM radio, they were advertising the Snow White and the 7 Dwarfs. And my little 3.5-year-old mind, I want to go see that. They were advertising it, Technicolor, and beautiful story, animated. I want to go. Well, after Bubby walked the town, got the hell beat out of him, he walked home and he gave the meager funds he had to my sister to take me and my brother and her to the movie to see Snow White and the 7 Dwarfs. And I remember walking home, why wasn't Bubby here? I found out later he didn't have enough money for him to go with us. That's the character. He was a child, but he showed me character. The little I have. But he was a wonderful brother and a wonderful man. And he was a good Catholic father. Thank you all.
Thank you, Bill. All right, something I'm thinking about, he mentioned business. A lot of people really don't know. They associate Bubby with politics, but seeing some people here today, my dad was one of the founders of Quality Shipyards, him and Mr. Robert Capel, back in the late 60s, and Mr. Larry Vauclin's here, and I'm seeing some other people that I know were near and dear to my father, and even anybody that ever worked for him, whether it was in the government or in private industry, they pretty much had the same opinion of my dad. And of course, my dad was like a lot of people. He was the good guy, and he'd always hire somebody to be the bad cop, you know. So Bubby always got everybody loved him, but then he always had a Max Harding or somebody at Quality or other people that kind of do the dirty work for him. But that's how it works. But again, I thank Larry for coming out, and Bobby Bartell and people that knew my dad in that industry as well. I think it's time, Gordy, for the unveiling and the ribbon cutting. Okay, so we can move on to the next. And when we're finished that, the band's going to go into another little song, but after the ribbon cutting. All right. 2, 3.
Joining me now, Mr. Harold LePere, and of course, you knew Bubby Lyons so well.
Bubby, from the beginning, Bubby was mayor. You know, while I was still serving with him.
Right.
And he and I fought many battles together to see if we could synchronize things and make the government more efficient. And he was instrumental in doing that, in trying to get everything within our power to consolidate the government. That was our central theme. And we did it. We actually got a vote before the people, and it passed by a small margin, but At that time, it was not totally popular to do it.
Yeah.
So we consolidated the city of Houma into the parish. And
I remember the early days when I go interview y'all didn't need a script on what I was going to ask you. And Bobby too, he would welcome me into the office and we'd sit down and he never said, what's the questions you can ask? Y'all knew your subject.
No, we were always interested in trying to find a central theme amongst the group that we had on the city. We had all of us together with Bubba Lyons, trying to serve him and trying to get him interested in our thoughts, and he was very, very efficient in doing that.
What does it mean today that the courthouse square is going to be named after somebody that you work so closely with?
It means a lot. It means a tremendous amount to me because I was so close to Bubby. Bubby and I were very close, and we would pull hard together. So I had nothing but praise for Bubby, and it's fitting that he got this recognition.
Yeah. Well, I knew you'd be here when I was talking to the parish president, and he told me some past members would be here. I knew your name was on that list.
Yeah, I tell you what, I can't speak highly enough of Bubby because he's stuck to his guns.
Yeah. Mr. LePere, always good seeing you.
Thank you.
All right, that wraps it up right here from the courthouse square. We appreciate the entire family of Mr. Edward Bubby Lyons for being here. The courthouse square dedication is certainly an honor, I know, for his family to have his name placed up here. He was so instrumental in the shaping of this great city. And of course, once again, he served as a mayor, he served as a parish president, the first parish president, and he had many people that they would have friendly volleys with. Sometimes they would get heated, but all in all, they knew how to keep it in check when they were trying to move the city forward. So certainly we've enjoyed being here and covering this event from downtown Houma. And once again, it's always nice to mention the name, Edward Bubby Lyons.
Brief history about Bayou King for our guests. In 1962, a group of men living in unincorporated area of Terrebonne Parish realized that fire protection for their area was marginal at best. After several bingo fundraisers, barbecue dinners, and receiving donations from the community, the Bayou King Volunteer Fire Department was able to obtain its first fire engine in the fall of 1964. Its first fire station still stands right across the street. Throughout the years, while the region was experiencing incredible growth, Bayou King Volunteer Fire Department was plagued with the same issues most volunteer departments across the country: decreased participation of volunteer firefighters and shrinking budgets. This led to the Volunteer Fire Department creating the Bayou King Fire Protection District in 1995, with the transitional move to a fully staffed fire department by career personnel. Today, Bayou King Fire Protection District has grown to 4 stations, 1 engine, 4 area units, 1 ladder and 3 quints, a rescue unit, and various other units to support fire suppression. Currently, our department responds to approximately 2,200 calls, that's going to be going up a lot soon, for the service area every year, including fire, hazmat, EMS, and rescue calls.
Fire-based EMS is the future of the fire service. And we in Louisiana are a little bit behind the rest of the nation in that. But this is no different than the first time they told us that we were going to start doing hazmat services, and we all looked at them like they were crazy. But yet, we as a fire service embraced that challenge, and we did that as well. We have been talking about this at Bayou Cane for a long time now. And we actually got a free trial run to show that not only it would work, but it would be sustainable and it would be something good to bring to our citizens. During Hurricane Ida, with everything that was going on in our parish and in our district, we were provided 2 ambulances through FEMA. And we got to see those ambulances run every day with our people and saw, hey, this can work.
This has been years in the making. Not on my behalf, but on Bayou Cane's behalf. They've been thinking about it, talking about it, and this is going to be a great thing for this district and it's a state, for our people, for our citizens, for our employees. And I appreciate all the help and support that we have received. And one of the things I'll leave you with is, foundations. Foundations have to be built. We talk about if the house is going to stand and these new building codes come through, why we have a good foundation, houses would stand storms, they would stand problems, they would stand weather. At a foundation, when you're building children, when you raise children, foundation. We have to thank those that came before us, that laid a foundation when they saw that need for fire protection, when we was asked to step up for hazardous materials response. And we started doing EMS first response. That foundation was laid by those people initially that came before us, that saw that need and laid that foundation. And today I feel like what we're doing is we're just building upon that foundation. We are increasing the services, we're increasing the quality, we're increasing what we can provide for our citizens, and that's what I look forward to seeing, what it does for our community, and I look forward to the success and the growth of this program. Thank you.
So why does the fire department need to be in EMS? And like Chief Email said, if you look around the nation, around the country, it's the trend. It is absolutely what is coming down the pipe across coast to coast of how fire departments become a little less dependent on millage money, on taxpayer dollars, on sales tax revenue, however they're funded. So myself, fellow board members, we saw that. And you know what we said? We got together and we said, we're going to do something for a change where Terrebonne Parish or Louisiana is not last on a list. We're going to lead. And we were blessed to have a chief and administrative staff and an amazing group of firemen and women to make this easy. It's not going to be easy, but making the decision was very easy. Trust, you've heard it today, trust in what you have, trust in the team. That's why we were able to do this. And for perspective, and to people wonder how much things cost, that's $1.2 million worth of ambulances sitting on that driveway. That's not the equipment in it. That's not the services that are going to be provided on it. That is just the truck, chassis, and engines for 2. So we've got a high bar to achieve because that's what we set in fire service. I told them when we decided to do this, EMS is going to bring it higher. That's what we expect, and that's what they deliver every day because that's what the citizens of Bayou Cane and the citizens of Terrebonne Parish deserve.
It is now the mission of Bayou Cane Fire Department to preserve life and property and promote public safety as an all-hazard emergency response provider. We will accomplish our mission through fire suppression, emergency medical services, rescue, code enforcement, public education, fire investigation, and professional development training. It is our #1 priority to provide the most comprehensive service to all of our residents, businesses, and visitors.
Fire dispatch, Bayou Cane 100.
Bayou Cane 100.
Dispatch, please place Medic 1 and Medic 2 in service and available for call.
Bayou Cane Fire Department, stand by for a department-wide page out. Fire dispatch to all, fire dispatch to all. Bayou Cane Fire Department would like to announce the addition of the new ambulances, Medic 1 and Medic 2, placed into service on this day of November 3rd, 2023. We would like to wish these 2 ambulances and those assigned to them a safe journey and the skills necessary to provide the best possible services to our visitors and the citizens of Bayou Cane Fire Protection District. Fire dispatch clear.
All right, welcome back to Bayou Time. I'm Martin False with the parish president of Terrebonne Parish, Gordon Dove, and we're going to talk about two different aspects because we'll talk about the fire on Bull Run Road. Then I want to get to some of what he feels would be the major accomplishments in his serving for the last 8 years here in Terrebonne Parish, as he only has a few months left. So we'll let him go out with a swan song on some of the accomplishments. Good to see you again, but you're still dealing with fires.
Yeah, Martin, we have on November the 1st, we signed a declaration of emergency. The reason we do that is it opens up a lot of funds and it gets us reimbursed through GOSEF with the state. And so we signed that November the 1st, a declaration of emergency, and it opens up everything available to contractors, equipment. See, a lot of our prices and everything's already pre-positioned, so the equipment goes out there, and our job is to put it out because the fire departments cannot get to it. We have some great, we have great fire departments, but if they get off the road, there's not much they can do off the road.
So what are you doing? Digging trenches, trying to pump water to it?
Digging. The first thing we do is cut a fire line around, like the one on the Houma side that we've already got under control. Is on the Houma side of Bull Run Road. And, first thing we do is do a fire line all the way around it. Just a wide gap. We knock down trees, whatever it takes. And we try to knock down as few trees as possible, but we make sure to contain 100 acres, which 100 acres is a lot.
Yeah.
And then we go in there and we put it out with bulldozers, excavators, because where this is at is actually swamps that are completely dry. They're so dry you can run an excavator and a bulldozer in it. A year ago, you couldn't have.
Are we talking peat moss again?
It's peat. It's all peat.
Okay.
And that peat burns, and there's only first we smother it, so we got it under control. Now we're actually digging digging out a ditch from the Ringo Cox Canal all the way over there so we can get a water source. And we're gonna start pumping water into the one we have under control. So the first one, the one, the 100 acres under control, that's the one on the Houma side. The one on the Thibodeau side that caused all that smoke this morning, if you look at the first...
Let's bring that first picture up, Jeff.
That's actually, and I want to thank the sheriff, Tim Sonia, he was Johnny on the spot, that's Joey Seahand, Steve Ponville, and all our department heads and our peace personnel, and of course Tommy Boudreau with Norris and Boudreau and his crew. But that was done early this morning, and as you can see, that's really burning pretty heftily right now.
So all that smoke I smelled yesterday and today is from this.
It's from that one, right?
Okay.
Because the other one's under control. You've got a little bit of smoke. Now remember, Maud, right now you do have some cane is being set afire right now because under Louisiana law, under the agriculture part of it, cane farmers can light the fields as long as the cane is laying down. But they do a control. The cane farmers are careful to do a control burn. But they're not banning it for burning right now, and they do a control burn. These fires, we believe, was set by someone, whether it was intentionally or accidentally, we don't know, but we believe, they were definitely set by someone.
Look at the smoke. You can see how thick the smoke is.
Right. And the first one is, like I said, that's an aerial view. The second one, you can just see the smoke. And what happened and moved to Savannah Road this morning in Ellendale, on Savannah Road, Ellendale, that area. What happened is the smoke is mixing with the fog. And it's just, if they keep going with the slide, you can see this is what we're having to deal with. This is typical areas in that area that we fight. We use this pipeline as a fire line, so we don't have to knock all the trees down, but we used this old pipeline right away.
No, there's no active pipelines there, is there?
Yes. You can see the posts are still up.
Does that?
That's probably natural gas, if I had to guess.
I mean, so that's a vent or that's a marker?
No, just a marker.
Okay, gotcha.
No, they're marking it. And if you keep going on the slides, you see the different equipment. You can see we're hauling water back to some areas with water trucks. and and once we pile it up and it's smoldered, we're hitting it with water, and we all getting pumps and rigging up for the canal. Now, that last one was one that was a fire line that we put together, and then you can see track trucks, and we have quite a few people working it. We're working as much as humanly possible, excavators, and as you can see, it's all over the place. But the big one is contained. The one to the Thibodeau side of, if you keep going, and the one to the Thibodeau side is, again, that's a pipeline right away. Mm-hmm. And if they'll just keep flipping, it's pretty. I wanted to show the public what we're up against, and there
you have it. I mean, it looks like with about 50 seconds left on this segment, y'all are working on it. Just to let the public know they're out there trying to get it done, but still a no burn situation.
Please don't burn. If you see someone burning, call the sheriff's department, call the parish, call your local fire department, and please report them. It is criminal, especially if you catch these woods on fire and someone gets hurt. You could be held liable, and you could be held civilly liable, because if you damage people's property because of what you did. So I'm asking the public, please be careful.
All right, let's do this.
And don't have any open fire. Just to give you right quick, boy, a cigarette, the end of a cigarette is 700 degrees Fahrenheit.
All right, there you have it. We're going to be right back with some of the accomplishments under the regime of Gordon Duff. All right, welcome back to Bayou Time. I'm Martin False, and we have said this so many times over the years, especially after a hurricane or a tropical event, and we have just people that just take advantage of people with contractor fraud and different things. Well, we decided to bring the Assistant District Attorney Greg Stallnecker on from Lafourche Parish. And Greg, good to see you, sir. How are you?
Well, I'm doing fine. Thanks for asking. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. But, we just see this a lot. And just recently, your district attorney, Christine Russell, announced that a Breaux Bridge man pled guilty to 4 counts of residential contractor fraud of $20,000 more or more on Wednesday, November 8th. And let me let you sort of bring us up to speed on that and why it's so important that you all take these type of cases and make sure you send a tone that others won't do the same thing.
Absolutely. It's really important that we get out in front of these things, because another storm is inevitable. And we always implore people that after a storm, or even not storm related, when you're just going to be doing some updates on your home, to make sure that you have licensed contractors coming work on your home. When a storm comes through, it's obviously you're trying to get your home back up, in living conditions as quickly as possible. You may get some references and things like that from some people that have had work done on their house, but you need to go a few steps further to make sure they are licensed. Some of these guys talk a really good game. They present you with contracts and business cards, and they sound fancy and they look fancy, but there's a quick step that you can take to make sure that they are licensed in this state. You can go to the Louisiana Contractors Board, or you can even call our office in Lafourche Parish to make sure that somebody is licensed. You don't want to get into an issue down the road where you've paid somebody a substantial amount of money and you're now out of pocket for somebody that was unlicensed that skipped town. So we want to make sure that, you're taking those steps to, protect yourself, and know that we're here to also help, protect you. And if you have any questions about somebody coming in to do some work, please call our office and call the contractor board to make sure they are licensed. So you don't have somebody like Clark Lee coming in and, taking over $700,000 from 4 victims and, now having to, go to jail for his crimes. We want to make sure that, people are aware that if you come into this parish and you do these types of things, you're going to pay the price.
Let me ask you, Greg, because a guy like Clark Lee comes in and he makes all this money. Dude, is it just the mindset of these people? And y'all deal with these people a lot, but is it the mindset of them that they're just never going to be caught?
I think that's it. They're, trying to rob Peter to pay Paul while enriching themselves. And they're not thinking about the harm that they're doing. These people, of Lafourche Parish, they've been devastated by a storm, and now they're, devastated even further by people like Clark Lee. They're only thinking of themselves, and they're continuing to hurt this community. And no telling the amount of people that were actually, further affected by, Clark Lee and others that may have not come forward yet. We're still getting new cases every month of people that have been affected by people that, committed contractor fraud. We'd implore people to contact our office or the sheriff's office in Lafourche Parish to report anybody that you think committed contractor fraud. It's not too late. We want to make sure that everybody's held accountable when they come into this parish after a storm, to rob people of their dignity and their money. They need to be held accountable.
When you make that conviction, do you normally find this type of crime, do they show any remorse, or do they just think that they were right in doing what they were doing?
From what I've seen, it appears that everybody thinks that what they're doing, they're doing a good job, and they're just, out there just doing what they do on a daily basis. It doesn't seem that they have any remorse for what they're doing. They've been doing this not just locally. They chase storms. They come in after a storm like mosquitoes to, bleed people dry, and then they're on to the next one. It's kind of a scheme that's across the board. What I've been seeing these cases are like.
So real quick, just to give people, and not to go too much detail, because I know y'all still working some cases, but anybody watching, when somebody comes to do contract work for them, and I would venture to say, even if you know the person, it's probably good to have a working contract, correct?
Correct. It's always good to have a working contract. And, there's a list that if you go to the Louisiana Contracting Board website, there's a list of things to watch out for, but I can, talk about them. You can obviously get references. That's big. But in a lot of cases that I'm seeing, they will have had references from, their aunts, their uncles, their mom, their sister, their friend. And they may not realize that some of the work may not have been up to the highest standards, and they paid the total amount. They may not have, run into some big issue at this time. But if you start engaging with these people, it's eventually going to catch up to them, and you don't want it to be you that's out, the money. So I would definitely check references. I would, go make sure with the Secretary of State website that they have their LLC. I would ask for a lot of things like making sure they have their insurance, their local permits. Call my office, call the contractor board to make sure they have their license. It's not very complicated, to do. It can happen pretty quickly. And when you call the contracting board, they update their system within 10 minutes.
We appreciate the Assistant District Attorney, Greg Stahl-Necker, joining us on HTV. Greg, thank y'all so much. I know Christine and you guys do a great job on that. We appreciate you joining us.
Thank you so much. And again, if anybody has any questions or concerns, they can, reach out to our office at 985-447-2003 and ask for myself. And, and I can answer any questions for the residents of Lafourche Parish.
All right. Thank you, sir. That's it for Value Time. We'll take a short break. A lot more. We'll be back.
Say thank you for coming to help us celebrate a wonderful event for us today. It's our ability to commemorate the opening of our Terrebonne General Pharmacy. Many people in here recognize that we have partnered with Proxys to have our pharmacy to open a full-service retail pharmacy here on campus. It will be a benefit not only to our employees, but absolutely for our patients. The reason why we did this is because we were recognizing that we were having return visits to many of our patients through our emergency room. And the reality became that many people don't have the opportunity to go get their meds filled. And we needed a meds to beds kind of initiative, where while you're in the hospital, we're able to fill your prescription so that when you go home, you have at least some of your beginning doses. In addition to that, if you'd like additional doses, you're able to get those filled. But we wanted to make sure that we could meet the needs not only of our patients, but also many of our staff too. When you work long hours, when you're here, we have the ability that you can go ahead and get several of your scripts filled on a personal note and even have them delivered to you if you need to on the units. Again, to initiate some of those different opportunities. Many patients do lack access to their prescribed medications, and as I mentioned, they don't always fully recover. And then we'll see a readmission of those particular patients, and we want to be an advocate not only for our community, but absolutely for our patients. We found a solution for this by bringing in an in-house pharmacy. People don't recognize that our pharmacy that serves our internal organization doesn't do outpatient. So we had to partner with an additional partner, which is Proxis, to bring that opportunity to us. And this was quite an initiative that we took on. I see a couple of our board members here today, Mr. Fake, Mr. Hughes, I hope I didn't forget anyone, but also our pharmacy team that worked tirelessly with Proxis and all of our organization to make this a reality. And it has been an amazing reality thus far, I have to tell you. Our goal is always to make your transition back to home as easy as possible, and with this particular initiative, we've been able to do that. It's easy, it's convenient, and it works. Over-the-counter medications, along with many other items, are available in the pharmacy, along with some toys, trinkets, and other things for gifts. I'll say I partook in that for Christmas initiatives. So indeed, if you haven't gone by, please take the opportunity to do that, in addition to our gift shop, but they do have different items, and so it makes it nice.
Appreciate the partnership. That's how we refer to all of the health systems that we work with. We currently work with 23 systems, we have 29 owned and managed pharmacies in 11 states. And I just wanted to thank you guys today for coming out and having this celebration with us. On behalf of Proxis RX, we want to personally thank Phyllis Peoples, Diane Yates, Cindy Duay, and Teresita McNabb. And I could go on thanking all of the other members of the Terrebonne General Health System team, but we would be here all day because we have worked with marketing, the marketing team, we've worked with the HR team, we have worked with the nursing teams and the clinical teams, and we really appreciate all of the hard work. But one of the reasons we're so excited about this opening is I want to just share with you a quick story of how we began. And we actually began talking to Terrebonne about a pharmacy in 2019. And then, of course, we know COVID came in 2020, right? And so post-COVID, we were getting everything ready to have everything up and running. And all of a sudden, August 27th, 2021 happened. And I'm sure I don't have to remind everybody the name of that hurricane that came through this community. And, you know, our headquarters are in Birmingham, Alabama. And so we got to see on the news, we have actually family here in the area, so we knew what happened to this hospital, what happened to this community. And, you know, we just knew the devastation that had occurred. Well, I received an email on September 15th from Diane Yates, who said, "Mark, I want to have a conversation with you if you don't mind." And I said, "Sure, any way we can help, anything we can do." And in the course of that conversation, what she said to me was, "We are going to rebuild," and I actually went and talked to our CEO, George Salem, and I told him what she'd shared with me. And he was like, "Really?" He said, "Wow." And so I just want to tell you that the resilience and perseverance of this community and this team is just something that is nothing but inspiring for us. And we really appreciate the hard work, because also in that conversation was, we're going to have this pharmacy. And so today we're having the grand opening, and we really appreciate it. Phyllis shared with you guys the actually some of the things about the pharmacy. One of the key things that we do is we integrate with a health system, with all the health systems that we work with. And you're not going to find a Praxis RX named pharmacy if you go look for it on the internet, because all of our pharmacies are integrated into the hospital and are part of the programs that they offer. The Meds to Beds program that was mentioned is one of our hallmark programs, but we have a lot of other programs that we partner with the hospital in order to make sure that patients have access to medications. And that is our goal, is to help both patients and health systems be able to survive in this health system environment, but also to provide that care that many of your patients here in this community really, really need.
Again, congratulations to an amazing new partnership for us and service. And I just want to thank you all for coming today.
And 1, 2, 3, cut.
And welcome back. It's right now 10 o'clock. Our time here live on HTV, live election returns. I'm Lonnie Thibodeau along with State Representative Tanner McGee. So what we're going to do over the next few minutes is, as we begin to kind of recap everything that's happened tonight, we're also, for the benefit of Bayou time over the next day or so, kind of give you a recap of the full night of basically what's happened. As we're talking to you kind of still live on Saturday night, we're still waiting for a precinct in the Terrebonne Parish president's race, although we do know how that is going to turn out. So what we can do is maybe we'll take a look at Assumption Parish. Again, just as a recap, in Assumption Parish, again, we had a district judge's race in Assumption. Now, what you're looking at are only the Assumption Parish numbers, but there are three parishes in this particular race, but Gant Turner, Keowan Gant Turner did win the full district, so congratulations to her. And then again, the one police jury race, Ron Alcorn. Here is the winner for officially the closest race of the night, 9 votes.
The Jerome Zerang Award.
The Jerome Zerang Award. Ron Alcorn with a 9-point advantage. And by the way, he's the incumbent, beat Josh Email 50-50, but 9 points. And by the way, you see the turnout in the race. A good point you made earlier, Tanner, was 54% turnout in that little ward in the little police jury race in Assumption. So that's pretty impressive. So those are the Assumption Parish numbers. We're going to look at Lafourche Parish numbers. Again, a big shockaroo, the one council race that in Lafourche that you had to run off, the long time incumbent Jerry Jones lost to Jay Broomfield 56-44. Now, again, as I said earlier, Jerry was first elected, I believe, in 1991. Yeah, he beat Ike Johnson 53-47 back in 1991, unopposed in 95, won in 99, lost in 03, but then came back in 07, 11, 15, and 19. So other than one term, he has been there since 1991. So Jerry Jones losing to Jay Brumfield. So congratulations to Broomfield. And again, those are Assumption and Lafourche numbers. We'll also look at St. Mary numbers, and of course, district-wide, we're also going to look at the state Senate race as well. Okay, these are the three the three council runoffs in St. Mary Parish. Rodney Olander, these are all incumbents. All three incumbents won. Rodney Olander over Peter Soprano. In District 3, in District 5, Les Rolfe over Douglas Streety. And in District 8, Mark Duhan over Carlo Gagliano. And State Senate. Now, this is district-wide. These are all the parishes, all 6 parishes involved, and an easy win, almost 10,000 votes for Robert Alain. 59-41 over Beau Lagrange. And again, we talked about this race, Tanner, a little bit earlier, but you know both people and both families involved in this particular race. The fact that they're both from Franklin, both from St. Mary, both from the Franklin area, that's an impressive victory for a first-timer, Brett. I know his dad. I know his dad was the senator, or is the senator right now, but that's an impressive race.
Absolutely. I mean, look, and I think it kind of shows that the people in that district really approved the job that Dad did, and they want to continue the legacy on a little bit longer. Brett actually, we should also say he was also the chairman of Senate Finance. I mean, he has had the ability to help out a lot of different people in this area for a long time, and I think that shows. It really does bear out.
Right, and so that's where we are. Terrebonne. We'll get to Terrebonne rather in just a minute, but those are the numbers for Lafourche, St. Mary, and Assumption. So all of those are final. So congratulations to all those winners. We'll get to some statewide numbers in just a moment as well for the 3 statewide races and also the 4 constitutional amendments. Again, a total of 8 amendments. A total of 8 amendments on the ballot 4 last time, 4 in a month ago, and then 4 this time. And only one, as I recall, I think only one lost, and we'll see that in just a minute when we're able to get the numbers up, and it was number 4 this time. Okay, here we go with there they are. Those are the statewide numbers. Okay, Secretary of State Nancy Landry. Again, all 3 of the winners of these next 3 you're going to see were all again endorsed by Governor-elect Jeff Landry. So Nancy Landry takes the win in Secretary of State. Liz Baker Murrell takes the win over Lindsay Cheek. That's 67-33. And John Fleming, 66-34 over Dustin Granger for state treasurer. Again, the constitutional amendments. Let's quickly look at those. Again, number 1 takes the victory. That's the timing. Again, Tanner did a great job earlier explaining the importance of number 1. What happens if you pass a bill, the governor vetoes the bill, but you're still in the regular session, and this kind of clears up what happens if you want to try to override the governor's veto. Number 2, again, repealing funds in the state treasury that just aren't active anymore or don't have money in it. That one passed. Number 3 is the tax exemption for first responders, 53-47. That one passed. And here's the lone failure, in a sense, the one about the revenue stabilization trust funds, and that one failed 56-44. Okay, we need to take a break real quick. Tanner McGee is with me. Martin False is also here, and we got interviews Martin has conducted with both Jessica Domingue and Jason Bergeron coming up. So hang in there. We'll be right back. And welcome back, everyone. HTV live election coverage. It's the runoff, and this is the night. Again, as we sit here right now, still technically 1 precinct left to go in the Terrebonne Parish president's race. But, in fact, you'll see the numbers. That is where we are right now. Of course, joining me at the desk, of course, Tanner McGee, state representative, and now Martin False. Now, Martin, the parish president's race, of course, you got an interview with Jessica Domingue, who takes his seat in a few minutes. But first, you just interviewed Jason Bergeron. You just got back. Just kind of curious of your thoughts. I'm sure that was a raucous party right across the street over here.
I'll tell you right now, my ears are still ringing. They had a band playing. The exuberance was just obvious. Looking back, it reminds me of a few races in the past, going way back, when Joe Waits won his first race as district attorney. Same atmosphere. People from all walks of life, all just exuberant, happy. Change was in the air. They wanted change. It reminds me of Tim Saulnier's race, first race when he ran for sheriff. Reminds me a little bit of Tanner's race. Change in the air. And what I've learned over the years, once people want change and they get that momentum towards change, it's hard to beat. Change is going to win every time. Yeah. But it was let's roll it in. Let you see for yourself and enjoy the moments. New parish president-elect. Let's roll in the tape. Moments ago.
to provide opportunities for our residents. I've been talking about that this whole campaign. It's been about making sure that we do things differently. We're playing my song. We're playing my song. Everybody that knows me knows I'm a passionate guy. And I always just wanted what's best for our parish. So day one, when I had a calling, it's been about making the parish better and moving our parish forward. And in my heart, knowing that I had skills that could do that. And so every day, I just got up, prayed about it, and I worked my butt off. And when I put my head down on the pillow at night, I knew that I did everything I could. Going into it today, I wasn't nervous because I knew I did everything I should, putting it in the Lord's hands. And if it's meant to be, He's going to make it happen. And so I'm doing His plan. I'm hoping to do His work. I'm excited about the opportunities that I could do in our parish with our amazing people, our very innovative, very strong culture, and moving our parish forward for the next 4 years to start. And so I'm very humble, I'm very thankful. I know that the people saw that I was doing it for the right reasons, and then they believed in me, and I'm just honored. I can't thank my wife enough for helping me through this and get where we are. I could not have done it without her. She is amazing, and I owe everything I can to her. I owe everything I can to God, my family, my friends. We're so happy, we're so excited, and we're ready to get to work. We got a lot of things going on in our parish. We're ready to get to work. I feel like people felt like it was time for something different. And you know, I've been involved around politics and policy for 20 years now, doing things to help make our region better. And so, you know, it's not a far reach to get into that realm. My big thing's about doing some things efficiently, you know, trying to do some things with government, with systems that I know we can do, that I deal with every day. And so I'm just so excited and so honored to have this opportunity to help make our parish the parish that I know we can be and the parish I know we deserve to be. You know, this whole thing, everybody's been making promises about what can be done, what can't be done. We're going to work with our insurance commissioner. We're going to work with the legislature. We're going to have conversations. We're going to let people know we got 1,000 families still not in their homes. We got 1,000 families that would love that insurance problem. And so understanding where we are, making sure the world, the country knows our plight, and that our residents who are still struggling from after Ida have insurance. We're dealing with issues with oil and gas. We're dealing with issues in fisheries. It's time for the government to help us and not be a hindrance. And I'm just going to wake up every day and fight my heart with every bone in my body to make sure our residents have the best chance of success.
Angel, what's your thoughts right now? How you feel?
I'm ecstatic. I'm so proud of him. He played such a fair race, and I always took the high road, and I'm just so admire his composure and his hard work and determination. He deserves this, and Terrebonne Parish is going to be happy with their choice. I know it.
Jason, what's your first order of business?
First order of business is get in there, evaluate, see where we are. You can't know where you're going till you know where you've been. So to get in there, understand, have conversations with the employees and talk about what's working, what's not working, what are some quick wins that we can get to get some momentum to really push some efficiency and some opportunity in our parish. I'm a tech guy. I've been involved in technology for 25 years, and so I've helped businesses become more efficient by implementing systems or processes and just making sure people are set up for success, that they have the buy-in, that they have the why, that our employees are empowered. And just by doing that, I've been able to change companies and help make them be more successful. And it's just taking that same mindset, getting the right people in the room, having conversations and fixing issues and making a list and eating the elephant one bite at a time. And it's going to take all of it. So it's going to take the government, it's going to take the council, it's going to take the residents, it's going to take the nonprofits, it's going to take the businesses. But all of it's coming together and fighting for that one goal and one cause is the way we move Terrebonne Parish forward.
Congratulations to y'all, and is this some of the young ones?
This is the nieces, yes. Yes. They just want to be on TV, I'm sure.
Well, look this way, look this way.
Look.
Oh. Yeah! Get loud, congratulations.
Thank you very much. Let's get it, let's move Terrebonne forward.
And you could tell Lonnie and Tana, the exuberance was there. But this is also a critical time because Mr. Dove is still in office, but that transition period also gives both sides a chance to heal. I always say that in elections. You've been through elections before. And when you could heal a parish, and everybody's on the same page, it's unstoppable. So this time's got to be used very wisely.
Exactly. I tell you what, that was impressive. I mean, what I just heard, what I just saw was very, very impressive. Tanner, maybe you're quick. We have to take a break in just a minute, but kind of your thoughts on what you just heard.
No, I mean, it was definitely impressive. You can see he's excited. You can see his people are motivated. I think he struck the right tone. I think it's encouraging. I think it's good to look forward to see what's going to happen next.
Okay, we're going to take a break. When we come back, you talk to Jessica Domingue.
We talked outside. It was a little more quiet.
And again, Jessica Domingue, for those of you who don't know, of course, is the new state representative-elect for the seat that Tanner will be leaving in January. So we'll take a break. We'll have that right after the break. All right, welcome back, everyone. HTV live election coverage again is the runoff. I'm Lonnie Thibodeau, along with Tanner McGee, and Martin False has joined us. Of course, right before the break, Martin, we saw the great interview you did with Jason Bergeron, Parish President-elect. I mean, even during the break, the three of us has talked about that tone he struck, which is the way Tanner described it, was very, very impressive. I think he said all the right things. Another big winner tonight, though, is the person who's going to succeed Tanner.
Yeah, let me give Fox 8 a little credit, too, because we were interacting with him on the interview, so they had a lot to do with that also. But we got to Jessica's house. We wanted to do it outside, a beautiful night, cool night. Thank God we went outside because my ears were still ringing from the one before that. But let's roll that in. Very good interview with Jessica Domingue. All right, a little different scene over here. They got a party inside. But Jessica said, let's do it outside, which I'm all for because my ears are still ringing from the last place I was. But Jessica Domingue, her husband Chris, victorious in that state representative race. And Jessica, just your thoughts right now.
We feel amazing. It's just such a wonderful night. This was such an amazing campaign. We literally campaigned and we met so many wonderful people across District 53. I want to thank Tanner McGee. I mean, he served our parish so well for the last 8 years. I also want to thank Mr. Dirk Guidry and Mr. Willis Trosclair. They both had a great, wonderful race, and they shined a light on so many issues in District 53, and we are going to work so hard for the people. We're so happy. We're so excited. The future is great. It's a wonderful night, Martin.
Yeah. So, Chris, how are you feeling right now?
It's a relief. I'm going to have to go pick up about 100 yard signs tomorrow. But yeah, we get, but no, it's just a relief, you know, having the extra month of with the runoff and everything, and you know, just keep it going, and here to support Jessica, and that's what I'm here for.
Well, good for you. Now, Jessica, it's not your first race, but you know, when you start jumping up from local to rep races, it gets a little different. And what did you learn? You seem to remain poised through it all. So obviously you learned something through the past about campaigning, or maybe that's just your nature.
Well, you know, we didn't have a runoff for my first race because it was just two of us in that first race, and so runoff is a whole new animal and it's a whole new experience. And so just learning how to shift and how to be able to shift the campaign, and just learning, you know, looking at what the parish wanted, and you can see by the parish president race. And congratulations to Jason. I mean, that's such an amazing victory he had. But just watching the tone of the parish and seeing where people were going. They want change, they want something fresh, they want something new, and we really honed in on that. And remember, I've only been here 4 years, so I really think the people of District 53 saw that, and they saw that, you know, they want something new and they want change as well. And it was a great race. It was an absolutely fantastic campaign. We loved every single minute of it, and we're just so happy right now.
Yeah, I'm gonna let y'all go back. Y'all got a party inside, and Chris, I'm gonna let you enjoy your last few moments before you have to pick up signs tomorrow.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Congratulations, Jessica. Well deserved. And I was so thankful to hear you thank the others in the race. But that's how you do things.
Thank you. Yes. No, it was a wonderful race, and they're good friends, and they're going to continue to be good friends. And they both called and congratulated me. And so I feel like we're going to work really well together moving forward.
All right. There you have it from Chris and Jessica Dominguez's house right here on Central Avenue on a beautiful night. And it's nice and quiet out here on Central Avenue, so we're going to kick it to you guys back on the desk.
Okay,
obviously that was pre-recorded.
I mean, you're really fast, Martin.
But no, just a very classy interview. And I know both of her opponents in that race called her. That's the way it ought to be. And so just, good night. Just you could feel a change out there. There's no doubt about it.
Right.
And so City of Houma is going to be run by different groups. Some of the states going to have different faces, but we wish all of them luck. Congratulations to all of them. And, good to see people still know how to party after Ida and after COVID.
And I'm just kind of curious, Tanner, after watching it, she shined that light. That was very nice. She threw you in there. How did you feel?
No, I felt great. I'm super excited for her. I really am. One of the things we have legislature is we have a spouses club. And I went to high school with Chris. So I'm looking forward to him being in the spouses club because it's mostly women. And then we have like the 3 husbands that are in it. And we always give the 3 husbands a hard time.
Yeah.
And make them hold the purses and stuff like that. It's gonna be fun.
Yeah.
One thing we did learn when we interviewed Jason at the end, what his favorite song was. You heard him say on mic, that's my favorite song.
Yeah.
Get Crunked. Oh, is that the name of it?
Excuse me, from the Saints
Get
game.
Crunked, yeah.
And by the way, one thing that you were probably doing the interviews a little while ago when Tanner and I talked about this, so you probably didn't hear this. Think about the women in our area now been elected state representative, from Beryl, to her, to Lenore a number of years ago, before Carla Dortez from the Morgan City. I mean, think about that. We've had a number of women now elected to the state house.
Whipple.
Yeah. On the judge side, so that is really impressive. And Tanner when I threw this out, Tanner had a very good response. Is look who was elected even tonight on the statewide. Again, you've got 2 women, 2 very impressive women that have now been elected. So I mean that So anyway, we're going to take a quick break.
Maybe a couple more. They'll catch up with LaFouche.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
LaFouche always has a lot of.
No, you're right.
Yeah,
all right. We want to thank Martin for the interviews. What we're going to do is we'll take a quick break. When we come back for the break, we'll do kind of more of a final wrap up. By the way, the Terrebonne Parish President's race is now final. The last precinct did come in. Oh, in fact, we'll look at it before we go to the break. So that is it. The final numbers. So 9,774 votes. Jason Bergeron, and the turnout, Tanner, something we've been talking about all night, 28.8% Terrebonne. What do you think? That's not bad.
A little bit better than the state average of I think it was 22%. They said it was going to be. Still, we'd like to see a little bit higher, but it could be better. But happy that we at least turned out better than the state.
Yeah, and I will tell you, and you also missed this, Martin. So we had 26% here in Terrebonne. This same night, the runoff 4 years ago, 48% turnout.
Oh, yeah.
48 in Terrebonne Parish. So that'll give you an idea. Okay, we're going to take a quick break. We're going to wrap things up right after this. All right, thanks a lot for joining us tonight. I'm Lonnie Thibodeau. Again, want to thank Tanner McGee and Martin Falls for also being with us tonight and for the interviews. And again, what a night. A quick thought. Again, Jason Bergeron, I guess the biggest news of the night, Tanner, is our new parish president-elect.
Yeah, it's super exciting. I mean, I think, people want to change. Jason ran on that thing, kind of ran an unconventional campaign. And I think the other takeaway is more women in politics. I mean, I think you can't escape that. Big exciting win for Jessica. I'm proud and happy that she won my seat. I expect to do a great job. And so it's definitely interesting.
And Martin, maybe a closing thought from you. I guess your ears have stopped ringing from the loudness of the Jason.
Well, Jason sort of took a page out of his playbook. Won a state championship at South Terrebonne.
1991.
We bought him a steak dinner, all that team after. Took a page out of there and used it, so they had the same mentality. Parish president now, elect.
Yep.
Congratulations.
Very impressive. Again, we want to thank the crew for all of their fine work tonight behind the scenes and with Martin tonight out in the field. And I want to thank all of you for joining us. It was a great, great night. Very exciting to watch the system work the way it's supposed to work. So congratulations to all of our winners. And again, we're now going to join the Thibodeau Family Church in progress. Thank you for joining us.
Coteau Road and Highway 182, back behind Sleek in A-Bay Street area. One marsh fire, unsure where or how it started. I caught out yesterday about 1 o'clock, kind of got a little stop on it, but of course, as you can see, it's still around. What's happening now is we're fighting the fact that instead of it burning on top of the ground, it's actually burning down underneath. Actually the roots. If you look here, it's actually burning. The roots are actually burning. And that's roots. That's actually burning. So, and that's what's causing that issue. That's where the smoke's coming from. Last night and this morning, we had zero visibility in the area. And as you can see, I'm getting multiple calls on this, and that's trying to coordinate getting this taken care of. Our goal right now is to actually create somewhat of a fire break. You've seen where we've got a couple of different UTVs with some water on them. Sleek is also out here with their marsh buggy trying to create that break. The parish has also been contacted. They've got some equipment coming out again to create that break. Unfortunately, we're still going to have this smoke, and because of the weather change, we're going to probably have some of the same issues we had last night. As you all know, we've probably about at least 2 foot, 24 inches short of what our normal rainfall is. The little bit of rain that we had last week, even though a lot of us think it was a lot, it went nowhere. And as you can see, we had rain this weekend and it's dry. You know, as I said, that's what's happening. It's burning from underneath.
Just talk a little bit about the vegetation. Some of this vegetation is not only has it been affected by the dry weather, but some of it might be uprooted trees and all that have died from previous hurricanes and storms.
What we're facing now is not only just it naturally, I mean, you're getting ready to be winter, so things are dying back, but you've got so much tinder, you've got so much flame. I'm over here looking at the flames, but this is what's happening. If you notice, the wind picked up a little bit, and that's what's going to spur some of this. But a lot of what you see down through the pictures and through the video here is actually we're down from Ida that were never cleared up. You know, so it's dying and it has become tender.
Just how difficult is it to fight this type of fire because it's underneath the ground?
In order to put this out, you actually have to dig, and that's what some of the crews are doing right now, is actually having to go in and dig. Good thing today is that we don't have the flames. Yesterday when we were out here, we had good 20-foot flames where the top surface was burning and flaring up, and that's just not safe. We don't have that kind of water on these small units, and it would take millions of gallons to actually put everything out. One of the things that we're fighting too is the wind. I mean, you see the wind, and just those few minutes we've been standing here, the wind has changed. As a matter of fact, that fire that just flared up was because that wind changed. Fires like this actually create their own wind, and that makes it even harder and, you know, more dangerous to be in the middle of. Like I said, again, today is one of those. We're lucky we don't have the flames. We're fighting some of the smoke, and hopefully we can get along that perimeter to keep that from happening. We're probably going to have some additional issues tonight as that weather changes. Hopefully the rain that we're expected to get will be consistent and enough. That will not be until the weekend. Again, you know, wind has its, you know, creates its own problems for us, and with the fire creating its own wind, you know, makes it even more unpredictable as to what it's going to do.
Just talk about the number of marsh fires and just different fires and all that have affected this region.
We're coming off of a statewide burn ban that was issued by the State Fire Marshal's Office and the Department of Agriculture. The fires that were in the Beauregard Parish that consumed thousands of acres and homes and businesses, we're blessed that we don't have that here. But this year, in this, we'll call it the fire season, in this area is really unheard of for us. Yes, we've had some marsh fires down the bayou, and that's normally, you know, again, traditionally set up by hunters, you know, for leases. But it's really unheard of for us to have marsh fires in Koto or in this general area. But this is our second one this year. This is only the fourth in the 35 years that I've been here. But Bayou Cane had a massive one, and I believe the fire in Donachacahula and Gibson was put out again, kind of that same layout, that same topography that we're fighting here. And the lack of rain, again, and as dry as it's been, it takes its toll.
If anybody has any respiratory issues and all, what can people do in their homes and all to, I guess, if the wind is blowing in their direction and they're having issues?
We've gotten numerous phone calls with the smoke. What do I do? How do I handle those people with respiratory issues? If you have another place that you can go, that would be an option. Try and stay indoors. No home is 100% sealed, so you're going to have some issues. That type of issue, you already know about it. So medication, and just kind of stay out of the smoke. Like I said, some of it we can control. Again, nature has its own way of controlling smoke and weather. And like I said, we're going to have some additional problems, so be aware of that. Traveling, we had zero visibility in the area last night and this morning up till about 9 o'clock. With the assistance of state police and the sheriff's office, we were able to kind of close the road off. But again, that creates additional problems. So please be patient, when you're detoured, and please understand it's for your safety.
Right now, we got called out at about 2:30 this afternoon. The fire was burning up against the roadway, as you can see. We put out a few spots. It's lit up. In actuality, all this area had burned Monday. With the change of the direction in the wind, it worked its way back to the front again, next to the highway. On Monday, we had called out 4 separate times. The first time, we had a couple of little fires inside the road we managed to put out. That was about 4 o'clock, which caused a little traffic delay. All was good, then the wind had changed again, and we got called out 2 more times. What we normally do is we try to, if the traffic conditions and wind conditions let us do it, we try to backburn away from the highway. That way we have less, hopefully, smoke and flames that's going towards the highway. We did that Monday night. We did that, which worked out pretty well. Then unfortunately we got called back out about 4 o'clock Tuesday morning, and as many people know, that's when they closed Highway 90 between exit 210 and exit 204 in Bayou Blue, which caused a great deal of traffic issues.
How difficult is it to try to fight a fire like this, where it's soggy conditions out there, and also you don't know if the fire is going to come around and catch fire right behind you?
Correct, Jason. All this area, and fortunately it's kind of dry now. We come to this every year. This has been going on for as long as I've been a fireman. Every year this mysteriously burns. You can walk, it looks like it's dry, but you can hit a hole and be up to your waist because it's marshy area. We can put it out up to a certain extent, up to that fence line that's ahead of us. We can normally hit those spots and put out spot fires. Then we just got to wait around for it to come back, or hopefully the wind direction changes and it goes the opposite direction.
Do y'all have any idea what could cause or start this fire?
Well, it didn't start outside the highway. Monday when it was noticed, it was further off to the back, and it worked its way up to the highway. So as far as the actual cause, it's unknown.
Talk about how the dry conditions have really affected this year's fire season.
Well, early in the year, we had a stubborn fire. which was the way you're looking now, where this big plume of smoke's at. On the opposite side of a canal, we had a fire back there that was pretty stubborn for about a week and a half, which also was unreachable, marshy area. So in that instance, we, much like here, we just go monitor it, and if it looks like it's getting close to something that's would be endangered, we would take necessary action to extinguish it. The only thing favorable about this, they really have no hard property, you know, I'm trying to say like homes or anything in this area. It's just grass. It's been dry. Then once that first frost hit, of course, all this grass turned brown. And as you can see, as you panning over, you'll see no fire, and a few seconds later, you have fire. It's dry. It lights real easy.
Just talk about a little bit about the road conditions, how like just the shift in wind could cause like all of a sudden the smoke to come this way, and then also with the way if there's no wind, it actually creates like a spot where there's like zero visibility.
Also what happens, when the wind shifts, of course, it goes over Highway 90. So it's pretty much coming somewhat out of the north at this time. So if you would have a south wind come in, then the highway wouldn't be affected at all. This smoke probably could be seen all the way in the Houma Bayou Cane area. The smog you see behind us. This area ahead of us, we actually, right before you got here, put this out. And we're kind of limited on the amount of water. Truck carries 1,000 gallons of water. You can sit here and put it out, but that thick brush, it just stays burning. You put it out, and it'll catch 5 foot over and start again. So hopefully the best thing for it to do is burn out completely, and hopefully it don't get into one of those situations where it burns in the ground like in the other areas, and it's really stubborn and lasts a long time.
Who they should let know if the fire or something gets a little too close to come for themselves.
If the fire is threatening something, definitely naturally call 911 if you have a threatening fire. The sheriff's office knows, and we're aware. We let them know we're aware of it, it's burning, and we get guys periodically come right out here and spot check it. If they know we can't reach it, we just say we can't reach it at the time, but when it gets close to the highway, we come out here and extinguish the so-called hot spots. And I'm thinking if the wind blows strong, I think they're predicting some kind of breezy north winds. It shouldn't get much worse than this. But if the winds lay down, and normally you get some humidity, it seems like it lays that smoke down on the highway. And I think that was the case Tuesday morning. The winds were real light and it was damp. And in this general area here, it kind of just set in here where you couldn't see the hood of your vehicle. If something comes up where you think it's a hazard, just call 911. They're going to let us know, and we'll take it from there.
All right, welcome back. We're going to talk a little parish council. We have double power on the set today. And of course, right next to me is our state rep-elect for District 53, current council, District 5, Jessica Domingue. Good to see you.
Good to see you, Martin.
And I love it. Marion Bright.
Yeah, keeping in the Christmas spirit.
You brought some festive spirit to HTV. We like that. And of course, Vice Chair John Amity, District 4, and Jessica's also the chair, by the way. So good to see you, John.
Glad to be here as always, Martin.
All right, so a lot of things are changing, new people coming in. Jessica's going out, but on the state position. So Jessica, let me start with you. How's the transition? What's going on?
The transition's been really great, Martin. let's see, Election Day was the 18th. On the 19th, they already had us in Baton Rouge for a Republican delegation meeting. They really have done a lot of team building exercises with the Republican delegation. We've had several meetings already. I think they just really want us to be a cohesive front. I know there were some things that happened 4 years ago with the Republican Party that made for a very interesting 4 years. And so the leadership is really trying to diminish all of those things and make sure that we really are kind of going in so that we can have some effective change. We've met with the governor. I've met with Tanner McGee as far as transition. We've hired a legislative assistant. We're getting office space. So just all of those things that you need to do in the interim before January 8th. So it's been really busy, but it's been really fun too.
But you're ready for this. The council sort of got you ready, huh? Just a big arena, huh?
Yeah, it is. And, you know, President Dove, and I think that John can really kind of attest to this, is President Dove, kind of his leadership style was really kind of based on his years in the legislature. And so he kind of all has primed us to be in that arena some way or shape or form. And because his style has always been that legislative style, which I appreciate. And, you know, he's been another good ally and good asset. So he's called me a few times and he says, look, you know, if you ever have a situation where you have to vote against your speaker, you make sure you go tell him why you're doing it. And so, you know, just giving me those little pointers, advice, I think, it's really great to have allies like that. And then, of course, you know, John's wife Beryl's been there. Jerome Zorang's been there. Senator Feasey and now Senator Allan. And so we've got a really great team here in Terrebonne Parish.
It is a good group.
Yes.
Good group to lean on for sure. And John, let me turn to you. Some new council faces will be coming in, and they're going to be looking at you and some of the other leaders on the council to say, help, what do we do? So
you know, Martin,
how do you handle that?
They're already doing that, Martin. And it's for us to help them, guide them so that they can be successful in what they're doing. I told one of them, he's been calling me pretty regular saying, okay, who do I call for this? Who do I call for that? Because he's already getting the calls. And I told him, I said, you know, the reason you're getting those calls is you answered your phone. And word has gotten around that you answer your phone and you take action. So the people really look forward to that. They look forward to representatives that really hear what they have to say and will be willing to address whatever they have to say. So looking at this group coming in, I think we're going to be good. We're going to be able to get a lot of things done with our new parish president. He's got a really good plan. He's got some excitement in the building right now. And just like with Jessica and Beryl and those guys, they got a good governor. They've got a good House and Senate. So here in Terrebonne Parish, we've got a good council and a good parish president and executive team for him that will be able to keep plugging away and getting Terrebonne where it needs to be.
So both you and your wife are mentoring.
Yes.
You're the mentoring couple, right?
Yes.
But that's good that you can be in a position to do that.
And really, you know, we were part of our church, and we were doing a lot of help in our church and mentoring in our church. You know, I train up the people for licensing and prepare them to go for licensing exams and stuff. And so it's always been in our nature. And people say, well, why did y'all get into the political arena? It's another area to serve. So what's within us, what's within our character is just going to continue to flow out. So we're always willing to help somebody else be successful, because then that helps us to be successful as well.
No doubt. Let's breach it because we got about 2 minutes till the break. What's on the agenda coming around? Does it sort of get a little lax around Christmas, or do you still have a lot going on?
It seems like we still have a lot going on. We're still dealing with a lot of housekeeping, a lot of budget. We have to close out the budgets here soon, and so we've actually got 2 meetings left, which is kind of exciting. You know, at the end of the year always gets real exciting. We've got some agenda items on the agenda this week as well. One item is a bit controversial related to legacy lawsuits. And so we're going to take action on that on this Wednesday. And we want to really kind of position the parish in a place, and position the new administration in a place where if they get caught in something, they've got an out with the council. And that's really what this is about, is that we don't want any parish president, regardless of who it is, to be in a position where they would have to make a decision based on legacy lawsuits without going to the expertise of the council. And I think that's really, really important. And so that's going to be a big one you're going to see on Wednesday. But other than that, we're really hoping on smooth sailing for the next few weeks. I mean, you know, we have had a rough 4 years, and so having a good closeout to the year, I think, is going to be really great for everyone.
Let's have some harmony. What we'll do, we'll take a short break. When we come back, John, maybe you could elaborate a little more on the legacy lawsuits. That's important for the area, and we'll let you discuss that a little bit, but and educate the public a little bit. So we'll be right back. Don't go away. All right, we are back talking with Council Chair Jessica Domingue, District 5. She's also the state rep-elect for District 53, and the Council Vice Chair, John Amity, District 4. John, if you could, bring the public up to speed on the legacy lawsuits. Obviously, there's two sides, and we respect both sides, but bring us up to speed and let us know your thinking on that from a council standpoint.
Yeah, so the legacy lawsuits, of course, are affecting all the coastal parishes in Louisiana, where a team has gotten together, and due to the coastal erosion, they're blaming that on the canals and such that were cut by the oil companies in order to drill for oil. From where we're looking at from the council, there's several things. One is that it was the state's responsibility to enforce those permits. It's all about what was and what wasn't done in the permits. Since then, some of these oil companies have bought out other oil companies, so they've assumed that type of liability. But the council's belief, because Terrebonne is so reliant on the oil industry, we have Shell here, we have BP here, we have Chevron here, we have tons of service companies. For us to sue those oil companies would be suing the hand that feeds us. And we just don't think that it's wise. You know, the oil companies have done a lot for coastal restoration. They're probably some of the biggest spenders already for coastal restoration. So they see that it's had an effect, their business has had an effect, and they're doing the things necessary to take care of it. One of the things on our agenda, as Jessica was saying, has to do with who can represent Terrebonne, the DA or the parish attorney. Our charter says the parish attorney. So I'm looking forward to that ruling to really see what the courts are going to say, because it's never been tested before.
And that comes up soon.
Yeah, I don't know the exact.
I think January 15th, 16th. I may be wrong, but I think it's soon.
Yeah, I don't know the exact dates. I mean, they've run through the court and Court of Appeals. So it's looking good for Terrebonne Parish. For me, I just want an answer on it so that we can move forward with what we do in the future.
And what will y'all talk about on Wednesday? What will be decided Wednesday?
So what we're talking about in this ordinance is we want the council to have more authority. We don't want just the parish president to bear that responsibility. We'll give him some cover in doing so. It's a lot of stress for one person to make that decision, because you're talking about the future of Terrebonne Parish. A lot of people say, well, are we going to legislate on what ifs? But Martin, I can tell you, just recently when they were looking at something in the legislature with the Freeport-McMoran settlement, Barrow's phone was very busy from the oil company saying, what will Gordy do? How do you think Gordy's going to go with this? And of course, Parish President Dove, he has a business that deals with the oil field. He believes, just like the council believes, that it's not a wise step for the parish to sue the oil companies. So what we're doing with this ordinance is we're sharing responsibility with administration and the council to make a decision for the long term of Terrebonne's future.
Okay. And so, Jessica, that is a lot of pressure on one person, isn't it?
It absolutely is, yes.
Yeah. I mean, especially somebody just elected to come into that. Whew. prayers going his way, because that's a big issue. What kind of pressure did you feel as a councilwoman or as a chair with legacy lawsuit? Or did you ever bear that pressure because it never really got to the, had some votes here and there, but now it's getting close to crunch time. It's getting close to making a decision, isn't it?
It is, and as John said, we'll always stand up and support the people of Terrebonne Parish, even if that means that we're going to do things that maybe not everybody's going to like, because we really are there to represent Terrebonne Parish and represent the best interest of Terrebonne Parish. And as a conservative, we also don't support suing the oil fields. We don't support crushing the economy. We think that that those are things that should not happen, and we should absolutely move forward. So I know a lot of people that I've spoken to, as far as in the state level and in Baton Rouge, they also think that what we're doing is a good choice. And so we really are just protecting the people of Terrebonne Parish. But I think in all, the new administration, the new parish president should really rely on the expertise of the council, because many of the council members have been there, for 8, 12 years already. And so they come with a lot of experience. And so being a new parish president and being a new administration, I think that it is important that they work hand in hand on things. And I hope that the new parish president does go to John and goes to Carly and goes to some of the other guys and says, what's worked here, what hasn't, where can we do better? And really use their expertise, because they've been on the front lines. I mean, they've been on the front lines the entire time. And so they're really the ones that have the knowledge and the expertise to be able to help him be successful. And I always said, success, especially success in politics, is not about one person. It's about the people you surround yourself with. And it's about having good coalitions of people. And so I certainly hope that they can all be a team and they can work forward. And so, this is not against the parish president or against any administration. I think no matter who would have went in, the same action would have been taken. It's just unfortunate timing of it, that it was action that had to be taken at this point, because the settlement is, right, exactly, because they go to court in January. And so it was something that we absolutely needed to take action on. And once again, everything we do is in the best interest of Terrebonne Parish.
We got we'll add a minute to this segment, Jay, but John, coming to you, there's about 4 or 5 council members now with multiple years of experience, which you're going to use to help you with some of the newcomers. But that certainly helps if the parish president comes sit down. And I think, is it 4 that have multiple years, or is it 5? You got Steve, got Danny.
It's 5.
You, Crowley.
Well, and Brian has about 10 months.
Brian's reelected. So
and some understand it more than others. Some have engaged in it more than others. But I just want to mention this too. We have met with elect Bergeron, President-elect Bergeron, and he too is not going to want to sue the oil companies.
Right.
So it's not so much, like Jessica said, this ordinance is not so much because he was going to get involved in the suits and we wanted to stop him. This is just a matter of looking at the future, and we'll probably have some more things over the course of the next several years that the council might want to have more authority, and that
let me
we'll
ask you this,
take a look
because
at.
there's a question that I'll tell you what, let's take the break here. I'm going to come back and talk about quorums, because I have my ideas about when you sit down with the parish president, if you get a group of experienced council people, and Jessica would be one, but she's moving to state, but she's still there and still has the years. So that would make 6. I'll get to my point when we come back.
Right. Yeah.
We'll take a short break. Don't go away. All right, we're back. I want to continue our conversation, because we were talking about when you go meet with the parish president-elect, you can't bring 5 or 6 people, but you can split them up like we talked about at the break, go into executive session. But Jessica's sort of a key too, because not only does she have the amount of years experience on the council, but she also is moving to a state position, although she'll still be involved. It gives her an extra look at it from different perspectives. But your wife was very similar, John. So What would Jessica be looking at based on your experience with your wife?
Well, because of her knowledge of the local government, she understands how all of that operates, how it all works together. Now going to the state, whenever people in the legislature will bring up certain things and they'll kind of be pointing things at local government, she has the knowledge to be able to speak to it. So whether it's for or against, she's going to be able to stand in authority and speak to those things, because many of those legislators didn't come up through local governments. Mm-hmm. And it gives her a very special perspective that not everybody has. And I think that's going to be beneficial to both her and the legislature and the committees she's going to serve there.
So Jessica, you'll have a good catbird seat. You'll get to see it all.
Yes.
But when you something this important, when you're trying to meet with the parish president-elect, and you can't get everybody in a room and go to a local restaurant and sit down because it's really breaking laws, but you go in teams, but the teams have to meet to make sure everything's working in harmony. And
sometimes you can do that and you select certain people who have the most knowledge on that team. That way you've got a good representation before him. And then, of course, you can go as the local government, but then you can also bring in the state delegation because they don't have any quorum issues when they're meeting. So together, those combined people can really give some good advice. And
because this is such, I mean, I've been on this news desk almost 40 years. I don't know if there's an issue that's ever been bigger. Now, depending on which side you're on an issue, it's still big to both sides, but it's still a big issue for this parish.
Well, there are a lot of issues that we've dealt with over the many years of the parish that were very important. But like you said, I think this has to be, if not the greatest, one of the greatest, because it really affects the whole economy of the parish. A lot of times some of the issues may have been large, but they only affect a small portion of what's going on. This thing affects the whole parish and the future of the parish going down. Until we diversify or finish diversifying this economy locally, we're very dependent on the oil companies and really need to listen closely and look closely at what they're doing. A lot of times people look at the news blurbs and they see one side perspective on what's being reported, but if you don't do your homework and go see what the truth of the whole matter is, then you don't get a well-rounded view of what you're talking about. And I'm one, Jessica's one, Beryl's one. We really like to do our research. Jason's one as well. He really likes to do his research. And I think together we're going to be fine with it. I think we've got all around right now, we've got a really unified team.
Yeah. And we respect the other side, too, and we welcome them to come on if they want to talk about it. But I'm sure y'all would like to hear their side, too, before you make a decision.
We've met with them.
Have you? How did it go?
They contacted, they first came into the council, I think it was when Michelle Claudet's second term, the Cormouche group had came in and addressed the council. Then, since then, council members have met with some of the other attorneys involved and heard their take on it. So, you know, it's a weighing of the scales, balancing of the scales to determine, you know, what's best for Terrebonne Parish. And like I say, if everybody else wants to sue, fine, then we'll be the only parish in Louisiana that's going to be serving the oil field company. That's going to be great for our economy.
Yeah.
The other part of that, too, is it isn't an open meeting, and so anyone has the right to go and speak on any issue. Even if it is an opposing legal opinion. Sure. They absolutely have the right to come and speak in front of the council on Wednesday night. Anybody can get a speaker card, and so that's open as well. So we're absolutely willing and able to hear and listen and to make judgment either way we want. And we're not necessarily saying either which way the whole council is going to vote, because I don't know, because I haven't spoken to the whole council on which way they're going to go. I know how I'm going to go on it, but I don't know the other 8, and I don't know what they're going to do.
The other thing we have to rely on too, Morton, is our legal department and how they advise us, because they're the ones that's getting into the weeds of it.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Well, look, I want to thank y'all. We got in depth about that one subject. There are other things. We'll see them on Wednesday. For sure, but that's the big one. But congratulations again on y'all leadership. And Jessica, great job as a council chair. But we'll be talking to you in Baton Rouge a lot. And John, I know we'll be talking to you a lot. So thank y'all for coming.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. All right, there you have it. 2 very important people in the parish and the state. We'll take a break. We'll be back with a lot more. Don't go away.
First of all, thank each and every one of you for coming today to this great day in Terrebonne Parish and in the city of Houma history. But before we get started, I'd like Bart Black, who is a veteran, to start us off with the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Bart Black.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Marty asked me to do a quick little prayer, so I'll do that. On a beautiful day today, I want to thank all of you for coming out and praise God for what He has given to Terrebonne Parish over the years, and ask Him to continue to bless us so that we may prosper, all of our citizens may prosper, and that we may do His holy will in all things. We ask this through Jesus Christ, His Son. Amen.
And first of all, I'd like to thank the Hancock Whitney Bank. You know, we worked on this for about a year, and I want to thank Michelle Neal, who did all the legal work on it and made this happen. Whitney's quite a large corporation and bank that we had to go through a lot of hoops and hurdles, and of course we bought it. Give you a little rundown on the building. The building is a total of 97,901 square foot. 24,964 square foot is currently leased, and Hancock Whitney will lease 9,143 square feet after the purchase is finalized, which it has been. Renovations were done in 2021 and included roof and exterior facade repairs and replacements, mechanical, elevator upgrades, interior renovations on the first, third, and fourth floor, tenant spaces, common areas, and restrooms. The council, and I want to thank the council for passing it. You know, we don't do anything without the council and the people of Terrebonne Parish supporting this great endeavor. And this is also keeping Terrebonne Parish and the city of Houma downtown revitalized. What we did, we moved $4,333,074. $3 million was the purchase price. Now, we bought the building for $30.65 a square foot. For those of you who built things and all that, you can't touch anything for that. Things start at $250 a square foot now, $250 a square foot. And then we have $1,333,000 available for build-out renovations. The building has a lease income of $442,502. The expenses based on the past few years is $442,410. So we actually move into this building with neutral expenses according to revenue. But what we do save is $626,000 a year in annual leases. A lot of it was caused by Hurricane Ida. And we also have 169 parking spaces. So we actually going to save the parish $626,000. So in 5 years, this building will be paid for with our savings. For comparison, the government towers was purchased in 2000 for $7,113,000, a total square foot of about the same, 97,598, but for $72 a square foot. So we thank the Hancock Whitney for selling us the building at that cost, and for everyone involved with it. The following agencies have expressed their interest in the space of the building, which is Fletcher Community College, a business incubator and lecture office space, Bayou Regional's Art Council, the District Attorney's Office, the Public Works Administration and Engineering, Terrebonne Parish Housing, Houma Police Department, LSU Ag, Veterans, and other organizations. And, you know, most of this will be done under the new president-elect and his administration. Jason Bergeron was here. Let's give him a round of applause. And I'll have him up here in a second. And you know, Terrebonne seen in 2019 we had Hurricane Barry hit us with 9 foot of water, and the levee systems held. With 15 inches of rain, the pump stations held. Then we had COVID come along, but in 2020 we had 3 named storms, 2 Cat 1 hurricanes, and then in 21 we had Ida. So that and besides the COVID, the hurricanes, now we experience fires all over the parish, which we are steadily putting it out. I want to thank the fire departments and Public Works, David Rome, Joey Seahan and his people, and the numerous people. We're putting them out as fast as we can get to them, and we've been successful. So we've been doing a lot, but we kept growing. This is one of the things we're growing at is this government towers here at the Hancock Whitney Bank building. You know, we also built the plaza downtown. And, you know, we're looking at other things that'll carry on into the next administration. You know, the people at Terrebonne have endured a lot of heartaches, but they're resilient, and they came back, and Terrebonne's stronger than ever. And we're leading into a new administration, which will lead Terrebonne Parish. And it's been a very peaceful and it's straight transition. And with that, I want to bring up the parish president-elect, the new parish president January 4th. Let's give him a round of applause. Jason Bergeron. And I'll go on vacation.
It's definitely a momentous occasion to know we all stood here working this street 2 years ago where the building destroyed across the street that ended up in this building above us. And so I want to thank the administration and the council for helping.
To say how thankful I am for being reelected to serve y'all for another 4 years. We've been through a lot of trying times for my first term, going through all the hurricanes and COVID and everything. So it's been a big, a hard road that we've had to carry to bring the resilience that we've had throughout the District 20 and the rest of the state and all the things we've been through. So this shows the proof that we are here to stay, and I'm here to help and do everything I can to bring more to the district and have our progress move forward. Thank y'all very much.
Thank you for inviting me to be here today. It's good to be here. One thing that the parish president and hopefully the incoming parish president will continue discussions with reference to building a new courthouse in Terrebonne Parish. It's desperately needed. Our annex building is falling apart. The parish is spending a lot of money just patching it. So Mr. Dove and a committee, which we set up a few years ago, we've been discussing the possibility and hopefully the reality of building a new courthouse. So hopefully all that money you were talking about just a little while ago, some of it will be used in that regard. So I want to thank you for your leadership on that, and don't forget the courthouse system. Thank y'all very much for being here. It's an honor for me to be here, and good luck to you, our new parish president, and have fun in your retirement, Mr. Dove.
And Jason, rule one, always be nice to the judges because you all perform a lot. Thank y'all, Judge, and all of our judges have been great to work with, and the DA's office and everyone. But thank you, and thank you.
This is the moment Terrebonne Parish forward.
Mr. Dove, what a day, and good to see the newly elected parish president. Y'all been working pretty smoothly together. So you on the negotiations for the building? Of course, Jason will get to take it over, but just talk a very good transition going on right now in Terrebonne Parish and a great example to everybody.
Martin, it's going smoothly. President-elect Jason Bergeron's come in. He's made the changes he wants, and he's utilizing the people there, bringing new people in, and but we have January 4th. He should be able to hit the ground running. I've given him full access of all government buildings and then all government agencies and the 7th floor where he's going to be moving in.
All right, Mr. Parish President-elect, how's the transition been going, and is it on pace?
It's been going amazing. It really is an amazing process, and I want to thank President Dove for allowing us to get in there, and his team and his directors have worked very well with us, and we're excited. We have a lot of opportunity. We have a lot of things we want to get done, and so we're getting there. We're working hard. I think it's on pace. It's going good every day, and I also want to thank the voters for having confidence in me to elect me as the next parish president, and for those that didn't, I hope to earn that support. So we're going to work hard every day to make Terrebonne Parish what we all want it to be and know it can be, and moving us forward.
Hey, Gordon, what do y'all talk about? What are some of the things as a parish president that you encourage Mr. Badfron to do, and maybe advice? Because you've been through the legislature, you've been through parish president for a long time. What are some of the things, if you could, that you could share with us?
Well, Martin, we just trying to acclimate him in on all our projects we have going, and we have 19 projects in capital outlay in Baton Rouge, and anything he needs, but he's pretty familiar with it, with the parish. He's been in a lot of organizations and been very active, so he's already acclimated on a lot of the issues, but there's a lot of things in the parish that you're going to learn as you go, and he's got a great team with him that's working with my people, and we're trying to get it going. And, the parish is a $250 million a year business, and over 4 years, he will have access to $1 billion plus all the CDBG, all the federal monies coming in off the hurricane. So there'll be quite a few hundreds of millions of dollars that's coming in that will be under his direction, and we're trying to make sure he knows everything we know. And so all the departments, everyone's just opening their doors and trying to get everyone acclimated and do a smooth transition.
Let me ask you, how many interviews have you done over the last week or so? It's quite a few, I'm sure.
I've lost count. I'm sure it's a few dozen. But like I talked about in my campaign, it was about sitting down and having conversations. And, as I went through the process and looked at, different ideas, meeting with the directors and employees and with administration helped me understand maybe some different ways or some better ways to do some things even I thought of. And so by bringing our team in and having involved in the conversations, it really helps us get off on a good foot and start, again, we're able to start now instead of waiting until the 4th.
Final question. Who's going to clean these windows? It's going to be your job, Jason.
Scissors on that, I think.
Bart says he's going to be having to put everyone in here and get it all done. I asked him to go ahead and cut the ribbon because he's, one thing about Terrebonne, we do a lot of projects and a lot of groundbreaking, a lot of ribbons cutting, and he'll be doing the same thing. The key to Terrebonne is we're still building pump stations, we're still doing levees, and downtown revitalization along with roads, bridges, grass cutting, etc. And that don't stop. That doesn't stop. You never dig enough ditches. You never cut enough grass. But, he's going to take over, and I want him to get used to cutting ribbons, that's all.
Well, I commend y'all for working together. That's great for the parish. And there you have it, the parish president-elect. They're working well together for the transition. And we're going to move Terrebonne Parish forward. It's good to see them and getting along and moving it together. You don't see that in other parishes. It's very rare to see it, but you see it over here. So we'll take a break. We'll be back. A lot more on Bayou Time. Don't go away.
Everybody, welcome back to Bayou Time. Harry McCullough here. We're going to spend a little time with Assistant District Attorney, Mr. Chris Ernie. We're talking about a cold case that goes all the way back to 1998 that was recently solved, and really a lot of stuff that goes into this case. So, Chris, thanks so much for being with us, man.
Well, thanks for having me.
Real interesting as you start reading about this. It goes back, like I said, to last century, right? 98. But
right. That's exactly
but,
right.
But cold case, and it really gives some people some closure who didn't know what happened to a loved one.
Yeah, and that's the hardest part about it is the family for 22 years, had no idea they suspected, but they really didn't know and had nothing to hold their hat on as to what happened to their loved one, to their son, to their brother. Yeah, that was tough.
So let's tell me a little bit more about Stanley Briggs, and he is the I guess not the defendant anymore, so the perpetrator, and it goes all the way back to the killing of Shannon Harris.
Yeah, so, in 1998, Shannon Harris, a complaint came in from his mother, Miss Bernadine Cunningham, that Shannon was nowhere to be found and a missing person. And it was a big investigation done by the Houma Police Department. I know Lonnie Lusco, who just recently retired, was one of the ones actively involved in that. And they would check in plane flights, they would check in all kind of stuff, and just could never find any information, chasing down every lead that they could. Nothing was panning out. There were a bunch of rumors on the street as to what happened with Shannon. Shannon was engaged with some people that probably shouldn't have been, including Stanley Briggs. I think he was some on and on living with Stanley on Main Street, near downtown Main Street. So that's essentially how it started. And fast forward a couple years, they get a lead from a guy who supposedly was involved in the burial of the body after he had been killed, and come to find out, Dana Coleman at that time was a detective on it, along with Lonnie and others. And there was actually a mass excavation of property off of Hollywood Road that this witness led them to. Joe Yates was involved in that. The parish was involved in that. It was some property owned by the Douay family, Teddy Douay's family, back in 2002. And one of the things is that the property had changed from 1998. It was all woods at that time. And this was on the corner of 9th Street and Hollywood Road, right by Saxony.
Mm-hmm.
And from 1998 to 2002, it had been cleared. It was from a heavily wooded area to basically cleared with just a few trees. So it changed. It looked different, and there was a mass excavation done. Pretty expensive to do that with contractors and whatever, and they would just unfortunately could not find a body. They believed they were on the right track at the time. And, of course, the family was hopeful and disappointed when nothing was found and it was terminated. Dana Coleman was really very upset and still kept trying to, he would never give up on this case, as any of them would. They had a couple of leads over the years. I think sometime in 2007, they tried to maybe get some DNA from a... and check for blood at the location. So, but nothing ever panned out. It didn't have a body. So it was hard to do anything.
It was missing persons, basically, until you find a body.
Until it was a homicide, right? It wasn't yet classified as a homicide. Fast forward 2020, in the middle of COVID, the police get a call, disturbance somewhere on Stovall Street, man running around naked, apparently high on drugs. So they respond, and just so happened that in addition to the normal patrol, detectives Rory Olds and Joe Lodry, who were working some grant trying to help, also went to back up the officers just to, because they were there and available to go. And so they're there, and when they arrive, Stanley Briggs is there, and they had known who Stanley was. He had some run-ins here and there. Everybody knew who Stanley was. And he was there and he had a towel around him at the time. And eventually they got him to put some clothes on, and he was clearly under the influence of some narcotics, probably methamphetamine that he had ingested earlier, some kind of way. So Stanley is compliant. They call an ambulance to bring him to Chabert Hospital. While they're waiting, and he eventually gets some clothes on, he pulls out his phone out of his pocket. He puts it on the video app and hands it to Detective Olds and looks in the camera and says, my name is Stanley Briggs, and I killed a man. And his name is Shannon Harris. And so the police are like, okay, and ask him a few questions about that and give him his phone back. And they went there for a welfare check. They had no idea that this was going to be part of an investigation in a murder case, a homicide case. So fast forward, after the ambulance takes Stanley to the Chabert, Joe and Lodrig and Rory go back to the police station. They discuss it with Travis Terrio, who's now the chief. At the time, he was chief of detectives. Also with Dana Coleman, who was the chief at the time. And, of course, they all knew about the Shannon Harris missing person case. They were very involved in it, at least Dana was at the time, So they said, well, go to Chabert and get a formal statement from him. So a couple hours later, they go to Chabert. They formally interview Stanley on the record, read him his rights, do that. He's still cooperative. He understands what's going on. And, yeah, he confirmed what he had said earlier, gives a little more details about how it happened. He shot him in the head. And then they said, okay. So after that, he was still being treated medically. So eventually, Chabert had him transferred to behavioral health in Vermilion Parish facility.
Can I stop you right
Yes.
there? It's an interesting story, which brings in some LSU forensic people, too. So
Absolutely.
Let's take a break. We'll be right back and continue with the story. Thanks, Chris. We'll be right back. We'll buy you time after this. Hey, welcome back to Buy Time. Harry McCullough here. We're spending some time with Assistant District Attorney, Mr. Chris Ernie, and we were talking about the Shannon Briggs murder trial that you got a second degree conviction.
Stanley.
I'm sorry. Stanley Briggs.
Stanley Briggs.
We don't want to convict the wrong person.
No.
And you just got a conviction on that. You were saying here he had been picked up years later, and then he was then transported to a behavioral clinic around Abbeville in Vermilion Parish.
Correct. In Vermilion Parish, Vermilion Behavioral Health Center in near Abbeville. So several days later, he's completely sober. He's being treated over there, and detectives Lodrig and Rory Oates, again, same two that initially found him, set up a video interview with him. Formal interview lasts about an hour, and started going through the same thing again. It took a while because he was understanding now what he had said and that he's implicating himself. He's tried to somewhat backtrack or crawfish a little bit, but eventually came clean and indicated the whole story as to what happened, how he had executed supposedly for a hit for money to be paid, and he said it was never paid by a gentleman by the name of Chris Diggs, who's long been deceased as well. So that's what it was about, and it was drugs, money, story, and that Chris wanted Shannon dead, and Stanley was supposed to get money to do it, and he did it.
I got you. And he actually ended up helping you.
And he did. So after that, and he said he would be helpful to find a body. So they go ahead and get the warrant, arrest him, and then at some point transport him back. They set up the excavation again, attempted excavation, because it's the same spot as what Stanley's saying now, that 20 years prior in 2002, or 18 years prior in 2002, where they tried to excavate before from information from another witness. So they knew they were on the right track. Everything it's matching up to. They just got to go find the body. So they started the excavation, and it's a very detailed, slow process, because if you don't want to mess up the body, if you're using heavy equipment, you have to use heavy equipment, and so they do this, and it took a while, but then they found some pieces of bone. Called the LSU Anthropology Department. They called the FACES Lab, FACES, and they're extremely professional, excellent at what they do. And they confirmed this is human bone, and they said, we're coming. They came down with a team. They were here in 2 hours, and they completed the excavation in a professional, looks like archaeologists, what they would do. And they were able to piece it together. They had the skull. Joe Lodrig was actually in the dirt, in the mud with them, and is actually the one who found Shannon Harris's skull. And it had a bullet hole right here.
So he executed.
And it was definitely executed. And he was shot while sleeping. That was the story. That's what Stanley said, and everything was confirmed to that. So the anthropology people, they get the body, they bring it back to Baton Rouge, and they do what they're supposed to do, clean it up, and then they send a tooth off for DNA matching, and they had DNA from the mother, and it definitely matched up. and everybody testified at trial. The anthropology people, the DNA specialist from the State Police Crime Lab came in, and of course Joe Lodrig was the one who. Our investigator in the case.
But the trial, we throw in a hurricane and COVID, right?
Yeah, well, in a murder or homicide case, you're going to have more delays probably than most cases in a normal circumstance. And when you throw COVID in, and this is the height of COVID, and then when you throw in a hurricane, which knocks out our jail and knocks out our courthouse and other things for a period of time, it just makes everything backlogged. Yeah, it was difficult.
Well, will his cooperation help him out at all?
Well, unfortunately, no. I say unfortunately. I think the reason this case got solved is because he still had some shred of humanity in him. And he cooperated, and it was obviously his guilt was getting to him over the years, and that's what made him just come out and admit to this. And although he didn't plead guilty, I mean, this was a murder case. There was no incentive for him to do so. It's a mandatory life sentence. Right. So, he knew what was going to happen. He knew that he made us do our jobs. He had admitted it. We had his confessions, and the jury took short order to go ahead and convict him.
What a great example of teamwork, though, right? Because you get a bunch of different departments
and
coming
not
together,
quitting,
right?
and not quitting. I mean, this was the cops are dedicated, man. They just they hate to not be able to solve a case, and sometimes it happens. You just don't have the evidence, I mean, for the most part, we have very good police officers and detectives here at the sheriff's office and police department and state police as well, and they do a good job. It's a hard job,
right?
It's back to Stanley. He showed them where the body was buried. He actually went out there and said it's in this area, and sure enough, when they started, because they had dug in one area, didn't find anything. And he told them they got to go over a little bit more, and so they went over a little bit more, and that's where they started finding the bones.
But interesting to bring in forensic anthropology, criminal computer enhancement service out of Baton Rouge. So all that coming together, to a good case, but to solve a case, that's been, like I say, for loved ones and the family.
That's who you feel the best for is Miss Cunningham. She and other family members, his sister, their family, and they were so grateful to the police and to our office. But I mean, we did what we felt we had to do, and they were satisfied. They were grateful when the body was found, and then this basically put the end to it.
Yeah. No doubt. Well, great, interesting story, and we appreciate your hard work.
Thank you, Harry. Appreciate it.
Chris Ernie with the District Attorney's Office. We'll be right back with more Bite Time after this. Hey everybody, welcome back to Bite Time. Harry McCullough here. The Carnegie Hero Fund Commission honored 16 people from around the country this year for acts of heroism and bravery. And one of those people happened to be from Houma, Louisiana. Y'all know Stephen Rhodes. Of course, he's with the Wildlife and Fisheries. First cousin-in-law of mine, your first cousin's with my wife. So, Stephen, congratulations. This is a great story, a great award to be recognized by the Carnegie Foundation. And then recently, the governor was at the Wildlife and Fishery meetings on December 7th, and the governor also recognized you. So tell me about this, and we'll talk a little bit more, but let's talk about the awards first.
Sure. It was a kind of a long, drawn-out process for them to verify and confirm the rescue, which, I mean, I understand that, from their perspective, they got to do it because there is monetary stuff involved with this particular award. But it took quite some time, and I got confirmation about a month ago that they were going to honor me with the award. They sent me a few things, verifications through the mail. And the ultimate medal award was sent to, I think, the governor's office. And then he came to a Wildlife Commission meeting this past Thursday to be able to award me, which was, everything wrapped up in a bow was a huge honor.
Right. So there's video of Governor Edwards And there you are at your meeting. So it's got to be good that he comes to see you at the wildlife fisheries too, right?
Yeah, well, I talked to the PR guy, Adam Inc., with our department and enforcement. He said that, to his knowledge, the governor had never made a trip to the headquarters, to Wildlife and Fisheries headquarters. So that's, a big deal.
Guy from Meat, he's been there 8 years. Let's go. It's right across town.
Well, he's a busy guy.
I don't see anybody else from Louisiana on the list of honorees. So a great honor, and we'll look at what they gave you, a beautiful Carnegie medallion, as well as there it is right there. And it says a lot. If anybody knows the Carnegie family, and they're out of Pittsburgh, they had a big engineering college up there. I think they were with the railroads back in the day. So what a prestigious award. So can you tell me more about this?
I want to say early 1900s, Andrew Carnegie established a foundation to honor people who went above and beyond in the attempt to rescue someone. And I think he established it all, and as I told them when they asked me whether or not I wanted this to be like kind of a public deal, if I just wanted to kind of keep it quiet, I said, let's go ahead and make it public. Not really so much for me, but because...
The next person.
Right. Not only that, but their foundation, a big part of it, honors people who don't make it home, heroes who die in the attempt.
Some of these people were deceased. They were being honored, yes.
And their organization helps the families lay those heroes to rest. So the financial burden isn't so great. And that's a huge, it's a huge thing in that moment, I'm sure, for those families to receive that kind of assistance.
Yeah, absolutely. What a remarkable award. Well, let's reverse engineer this a little bit and talk to anybody that might just be seeing you for the first time. You rescued a family, particularly a little girl that was trapped underneath the boat in Grand Isle. Tell me about that story, if you don't mind.
Yeah, the quick version of it is I was making a patrol. I got dispatched to Grand Isle for a complaint. I was on the beach. I wound up writing a few tickets, and a gentleman came in by way of vessel. I think he loaded his family onto his boat off of the beach of Grand Isle, went out to go back out into the Gulf of Mexico, took water into the vessel. The vessel ultimately capsized. All of the family members on board the vessel, or all the people on board the vessel, made it out and climbed onto the hull of the boat when it capsized. But a young seven-year-old girl at the time, Jacqueline, got trapped underneath the vessel. I left the beach, ran to my truck. Well, I actually got assistance getting to my truck by some Good Samaritans. They helped me launch my boat. I brought the boat around to the capsized vessel, picked up the individuals on the hull, all the family members on the hull, and in the process of that happening, they told me that there was a young girl trapped underneath. And how do you not go, right? I mean, it's not in me not to go. And try and get her, and it worked out, it was touch and go. She had to be there for a while underneath that boat. She had to be gone for a while, and to see her respond and see her come back after CPR, it was incredible. It was an amazing. I mean, all the awards and everything are fantastic. And
nothing like bringing that little girl and hearing her breathe again, right?
Right, absolutely.
Now, you keep in contact with that family at all?
No, I haven't been. I didn't get any of the particulars on the family after the rescue, and there've been a handful of times that I think it was attempted to try and get us all together back again, but. Life.
Oh, sure. If 7-year-old girl,
happens.
Right? Yeah.
Life happens.
Yeah, no, without a doubt. But yeah, you got children of your own, and I'm sure in your mind you're thinking of them too when you're diving in to go find a girl like that.
Yeah, it's some of the Andrew Carnegie people. I saw a docuseries. Well, I saw a snippet of a docuseries where they talked about. Did you consider what you were doing when you did it? And a lot of them say no. I was on the other side of that equation. I had time offloading those people to consider what was going on, consider that I was putting myself in harm's way, consider that I might not be going home to my family, but I still got to go.
Got to go. Well, man, we're glad you did. I know that family's glad you did. Congratulations. And again, what a great award.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right. We'll be right back with more Bayou Time right after this.
Hello and welcome to this edition of Bayou Time. I'm your host, Keith Whiteside, licensed clinical social worker with Terra One Home Care. Very glad you're joining us. However you may be joining us, we appreciate it. And it's one of those things where we talk to people all the time in our community about the things that they do. And I will tell you, there's some people that I've known my entire adult life, and we know kind of where they work, but we don't know the specifics of those things. Very glad to have with us my friend Russell DeSalvo. Russ, thanks for joining us, man.
How are we doing this morning?
We are very, very well.
Great.
Now, Russell, you are the fire chief over at Coteau Fire Department. But you've been there a long time.
I've been there 35 years.
35 years. Now, most people I know, and look, there's several guys that I went to school with, college with, that they've been in fire departments their whole life. Most people who do this, I've always known, like as long as I've known you, since the mid-'80s, as long as I've known you, I've known that you're a part of the fire department. You've been a part of fire departments. Tell me what it was that made you want to, I know initially volunteer to be a fireman. What was it to be a fireman?
That's one of those childhood dreams, fireman, police, that whole public safety aspect of things.
Right. And you just decided this is something I want to do.
A couple of buddies of mine got together and we joined all the same day.
Okay. And when was that?
Back in 83.
1983.
Yeah.
Joined. And where was that?
It was Bayou Cane.
Bayou Cane Fire Department, very familiar with it in the area where I live, thank God. And what a great group of guys, right, that you've seen over the years coming through Bayou Cane Fire Department. And you've done that for so many years, but you've not gotten paid for that until recently.
No, up until 2011, I was a volunteer.
Wow. And that's one of those things that's just rather remarkable to me, that the gentlemen put their lives on the line. The education and training is immense. And that's every year, too.
Yeah. It's a continual thing.
Yeah. And so those guys, it's just one of those things, and they do it to serve their community. And you've seen that for so very long. So first and foremost, I want to say thank you. As a member of our community, I just want to say thank you for what you've always done. And, as long as I've been friends with Mike and with John, you were always that big brother to all of us who said, this is what you do.
Yeah.
You take care of your community. And there are people that say that, and then there are people that do that. And so you guys do that, and that's just really, really exciting. Let's talk a little bit about some of the transitions you've seen over the years. Tell me maybe something that may surprise us or something that has surprised you about being a part of the fire department for that long.
I mean, we do make a difference.
Oh, yeah.
And it's kind of cliche. It's one of those things that is just words. No.
Right.
And we've seen a lot of people come, seen a lot of people go. The biggest thing on the volunteer side is the requirements.
Okay.
The certifications, all of the liability things that you now have to look at.
Right. So 30 years ago, 35 years ago, that wasn't always the case. People could volunteer like a little bit more casually, I guess is a way to say that. You could be a volunteer. You just didn't have to get all of these very specific certifications.
Exactly. Matter of fact, it was probably just a couple of weeks, and they walked in the door, and the fire chief said, here's your pager, here's your gear. That's how you drive the trucks. I mean, those days are gone.
Yeah.
Those days are gone.
Yeah, and the pager still keeps going off.
Oh,
one consistent is that the pager keeps going off.
Always going off.
I will tell you, I wasn't surprised, but I was respectfully interested. I'm fortunate enough that I get to spend time with some of our firefighters and doing some training, some education in the field that I work in, especially in the field of dementia, being able to kind of share with them and talk with them about some of the things that they're going to be faced with. Rarely do I do a 1 to 2 hour, 1 hour and a half presentation where we don't get an interruption from a call. Yeah. And it's interesting because that energy, that, and I don't want to use the word excitement, but it's just this immediacy of I'm in need. Those guys, without a second thought, closed books, jumped up, gone. And they know what their purpose is. And let's talk a little bit about the teamwork that you see with the different fire departments, and certainly with yours.
Well, as much as we're individual, we all have the same job. We all have that same focus, that same commitment and dedication to the public.
Right. And that's to keep them safe.
Yes. I guess one of the things, and my wife will tell you right now, I can't tell you how many times she's walked home because I've left her in the restaurant.
Wow.
Which is kind of crazy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, we're still together.
After all these years. Right. But you know, interestingly enough, I'm sure that her perspective is that you kind of know what you're getting into.
Yeah.
You know, and just know that that's going to be difficult. And quite frankly, I would expect that her perspective on that is, I get to go home.
Yeah.
He's got to go to work and go to take care of people that need him. And so I'm hoping that that's the higher purpose that she sees. Yeah. But initially, it's probably, oh, that damn pager went off. I think I'm probably walking home. Yeah. Or now, you know, she can get an Uber, right?
Yeah.
Thank God, as we get a little older, we have better options, or she can call somebody and come and get her.
Yeah.
You know, those kinds of things. Well, for all of the men and women whom you have worked with over the 35 plus years as being a member committed to our community, all of those men and women who have made a difference. And so for your brothers and sisters who are fighters everywhere, because I know how dedicated you guys are and what that takes. And I've done that by paying attention to what our community leaders do and what our community servants do. We're thankful. I want to talk a little bit about the pumps when we come back. Okay. And some of the excitement. You get to show us what things are happening in our area. And so we'll do that. We'll come right back.
All right, sounds good.
All right, very good. All right, guys, Russell's going to stick around. You do that as well, as we'll come back and talk to the chief here when we return on Bayou Time. Hello and welcome back to this edition of Bayou Time. Again, your host, Keith Whiteside. Thanks so much for joining us. Welcome back to the program, Russell DeSalvo. Russ, appreciate you being here, Chief.
No, thank you.
All right. And just, you know, it's one of those things where we all see these fires, these marsh fires, and we know you guys have been so very busy, especially this year, but I don't know that everybody knows what goes into fighting those things or what y'all are doing thereafter. And so we got some videos kind of to share with people. We know some of the problems, so roll that. This is a little bit about some of those marsh fires that we saw, right?
Yeah, what you just saw was kind of the aftermath.
Okay.
We actually had the parish come in to create a fire break to keep the fire from spreading in that area.
Right.
A lot of it right now we're at monitoring.
Okay.
As you can see, they've actually had to lay pipe a little over a mile by the time we finish with it. Right now they're about halfway through with laying that. Just that area that's burning. It's still burning underneath. We discussed that last time.
Right.
No water, no access to water.
Right.
And that's where we're at now.
And so that's what we're doing now. We are finding a way to get water to these areas that we know are some of these high-risk areas.
Yes.
And especially when we have this drought and this lack of rain over the course of a summertime, we know we have these issues that are possible. And this is what y'all are doing after the fact. So when people are asking, God, what are we doing? Well, you guys are out fighting the fires, working with the government, our local government, to put up this fire break, and now finding a way to get water to it.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's talk about maybe some of these pictures that we're going to see and what we're doing.
That's the pump. There's a pump on the canal, and that's a pump in the middle, just because of the distance to keep that continued volume and that pressure to get it that far. That's about midway.
Midway through from where they are. So another one right there at the bayou itself, and then this one about halfway down.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
some other shots getting that pump installed and connecting it to that.
That is the pump that's actually sitting on the St. Louis Canal.
Okay. And you can see the piping and where it's going and how it's moving. And there again.
Yeah. Long distance,
Right.
a lot of work.
Yeah.
This is the pipeline.
Okay.
Again, this is almost 3 weeks into it, and we still have some burning areas.
Burning areas still, as after 3 weeks of
Yes.
doing that. And then again, this is recent pictures.
Yes.
And so this is what we're dealing with. And so people are wondering why. It's like, oh, I think people think these things start and stop.
No,
But they don't.
they're burning underneath. And this is taking this weekend. Again, smoke is lingering. You have that temperature. Again, it went from that, and we should have another shot of where it was zero visibility.
Wow.
At the intersection. This is 7:30 in the morning.
7:30 in the morning. You cannot see at all.
We probably had about 40 to 50 vehicles just deadlocked at that intersection. Okay.
And then again, the fire is coming from underneath.
Underneath, it's burning actually underneath in between that top layer. And again, a lot of it's because of the drought.
Right. And just those, all of that area stayed so very dry for so long. And then that heat can combust, and then it can come from underneath. And what we're doing is we're trying to get water to those areas, working diligently to get water to those areas to be able to treat those things.
Yeah. And again, you've heard it. Well, it rained. Well,
right.
It's kind of like taking a sponge and taking a water bottle and just spraying it with a mist. The top's wet,
right,
but it doesn't soak in. And that's the situation we're with. And the only way to do it, to put that fire out,
is to get enough water.
Is to get enough water where it absorbs, and it, I hate to say to flood the area, but that's basically what needs to be done.
Yeah, we need to flood the bottom area.
We need to
of
put
that
water where
marsh.
the fire is at. And
Right.
unfortunately, it's 12 to 15 inches deep in some areas.
12 to 15 inches.
Yeah,
Wow.
there's some areas when we were out there, actually, and you actually have to dig it, put water to keep it. Like I said, the fire break's going to keep it, but there's even some areas still in there that are green and dry. Not everything within that 125 acre area that is still combustible, still can burn.
Right. It's still got the capacity to keep burning.
Yeah.
And,
Like I
and
said.
then we again, we have drier air now, you know, and we get into this time of the year where we have less humidity, but the air's drier.
Yeah.
And so the ground stays drier.
Yeah.
And we have, like you said, we get a little bit of rain, and it's like spraying a mist on a sponge. It's a great analogy because the top of that gets a little wet.
Yeah.
And the second layer may get a little wet, but there's no way we're touching
not
the bottom.
getting what it takes to put fire down below.
We got to get it soggy.
Yes.
And we got to really get water where it needs to be. And a little bit of rain does some good, but it doesn't do enough good. Let's talk a little bit about the partnership with the parish and how well it's going to be able to get what y'all need to get to this point.
Yeah. We made a couple of phone calls and realized that this is definitely more the resources we had. Now, we're able to work with Bayou Blue, Bayou Cane, Montague, got some equipment from Lockport.
Wow.
You know, these side-by-sides with tanks on them to go out and put these little spot fires out. But the biggest thing was to create that break.
Right.
Because of the parish's experience with the Savannah Road, Gibson, Don Jackal, all those areas recently in the area, which is again unheard of. This area,
being able to do that,
they were able to do it, and then with getting this water, trying to get it done. So the smoke has been an issue. Hopefully, this is going to eliminate that.
Well, Chief, we appreciate what you're doing. Russell, I appreciate what you're doing and your team. So thanks so much for all of that. All right.
Great.
All right, guys, that'll do it for this particular segment. Don't go anywhere. A lot more Bayou Time when we continue. Hello and welcome to this edition of Bayou Time. I'm your host, Keith Whiteside, licensed clinical social worker with Chairborne Home Care. Very glad you're joining us. However you may be joining us, we appreciate it. And as we move forward, for those of us, no matter where we are in our lives, we always rely on those people in the school system taking care of our extended family. And it's always a good idea to kind of get some updates, especially as we look to the superintendent of Terrebonne Parish Schools, Bubba Orgeron. Bubba, thanks for joining us once again.
Thanks for having me.
All right. One of those things, and listen, I got to tell you, I'm standing outside with one of my neighbors, and he and I are just talking, and he notices, man, that's the second Terrebonne Parish school bus I see. And 5 minutes later, we're talking a little bit, and there's another bus that comes by. And I was thinking to myself, I'm so excited that we have bus drivers. For a long time, we've been really looking and trying to get more people. We're fully staffed with bus drivers in Terrebonne Parish.
That's right. That's right.
That's incredible, considering where we came from here these last 6 or 9 months.
Yeah. It was about a year ago you were helping me promote drivers, right? Yeah, on this program.
Yeah.
So, the board committed to increasing the pay for drivers. And, we did some comparisons with adjacent districts and other agencies within the parish. And, and you may have seen our billboards. We kind of really $26 an hour was our mark that we wanted to kind of pay beginning drivers. And that was attractive, so much so that we have a waiting list of drivers.
Wow.
So we were short 30 or so drivers, which when you have 30 drivers short, I mean, there's a lot of routes not getting covered. So a lot of drivers had to double up, go drop off a load, and then go back and pick up another load. And they were getting to school late.
Right.
Which was a problem. Right?
Yes.
We had on any given day, about 54 buses late before we made some adjustments. 54 buses. So it equated to a lot of instructional minutes, and kids were missing important subjects like reading, and it's hard to catch that up when those gaps are developed. So we couldn't afford gaps from transportation, right? We had to kind of make some adjustments and fix that. So we upped the pay. And we made some other adjustments with routes, and we had some issues at the beginning of the year. The first few days were rough, but we worked hard. We made adjustments, and the plan eventually kind of flowed and worked well. So we have 0 late buses right now,
and so
it made an impact, right?
Right.
And then we add drivers on top of the plan we had,
right?
And we're in good shape with transportation.
And it's one of those things where several things happen. We get kids to school on the times that we need them to, and they're actually in those classes seated, ready to learn without any stress. Because, I know some of those kids.
That's right, no doubt.
I wasn't one of them, but I know some of those kids that they would get anxious. They love school.
Yeah,
they want to learn.
Yeah.
They want to be in class.
Right.
And so some of that anxiety goes away. The fact that administratively, how good we feel about being able to provide the resources that we need just to make sure that we're getting it done. I love it. And then when they get home, they're getting home earlier for those that had to do double routes, right?
Yes,
Some of those 54 buses or bus loads of kids that are getting home a little bit later. We get them home a little bit earlier. They finish their homework a little bit earlier. They get to play a little bit longer.
All those. Play is important, right? And then you have so many kids that are involved in after-school activities, so they're home earlier to be able to get to those things, whatever it might be, practices and things like that, right? Appointments, what have you, or just go play in the neighborhood, right?
Yeah, because we lose out on sunlight.
Especially
we get
right now, right?
An hour and a half of less of sunlight,
right?
And so we think about just those little things that go a long, long way for about kids enjoying their time. And
that's right.
And instead of saying, "Oh, it's because of school, I got to get there late, and then I get home late," and so you remedy those things by some additional resources. I'm so very glad you were able to do it. It's exciting.
It is. It is. Yes.
And so now we turn our attention to a lot of the things that I know a lot of our educators, a lot of the leaders in education have been saying, we really got to do something about paying our teachers better. Let's talk a little bit about that process.
Yeah, no doubt. So it's twofold, right? Teacher salary, it's attracting people into the profession. So, it's about recruiting. So you got to recruit. And a lot of times younger teachers or younger aspiring teachers, they're looking around districts for the number. Where can I make $3,000, $4,000 more? And that's very attractive, So we've got to be competitive because it's all about the teacher. It really is.
It just
at the end of the day, you can have nice buildings and programs, technology.
Great superintendent.
But That's really not the factor, right? It's about the teacher, or the quality of a teacher in a class. So not only do we want to recruit, we want to retain those good ones that we have, and we have some really great teachers, right? But there are other opportunities for them. So we want to really recognize them, reward them, and retain them.
Right.
So we're looking at, the board's going to be presented with this coming week, a proposal. We're looking at a 10% salary increase.
Wow.
So, that's substantial. It's not like great, but it is.
Well,
it's
great for all three of those R's you talked about.
Yes.
And for maybe somebody who's thinking, oh, I can just, what would it cost me if I did this if I retired early?
I think that's a good point. I think we'll keep some of those veterans that are experienced, that are, effective. They may reconsider retiring a little early.
Right.
And that's important. We need them. We want them.
Right.
We really want them. Kids need them. So I say kids need them.
Sure.
And I can't stress that enough, how important the quality of a teacher is. It's the most important factor.
To the
so we're trying everything we can to keep them and get new ones coming in.
I love it. We've got so much more to talk about. So, Bubba, thank you for sticking around. We appreciate it. So the superintendent's going to do that. We ask you to do the same. Come right back. Find out a little bit more about all the efforts being made right here in Terrebonne Parish with our school system. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Hello and welcome back to this edition of Bayou Time. Again, your host, Keith Whiteside, licensed clinical social worker with Terrebonne Home Care. Very glad to be involved in our community, and we thank you very much for watching. Welcome back to the program, Superintendent Bubba Orgeron. Thanks for joining us.
Sure.
One of those things is, I got to tell you, I'm very hopeful that the board's listening, because I really would love to be able to see this increase go through. 10% is that's a really good thing for wanting to keep our teachers and validate them.
Yeah, I agree. And what I like about 10%, it's not a blanket raise. It's graduated for your year's experience. So those that are kind of further along, they typically make a little more. So 10% of a little more is,
is a lot more.
Is a lot more, right? Yeah. So it rewards those that have been, loyal and just hardworking for Terrebonne Parish. So that's what I think is attractive about a 10% across the board raise.
Yeah, instead of something that's a little bit more individualized. And so somebody always kind of feels like they're left out, or somebody always feels like, oh, well, we all got the same thing. I've been here for 30 years. And Right. But if you've been here for 30 years, and this 10% makes a difference. Yeah. And I love the fact that teachers can do it for, some 20 years or so, or 30 years or so.
That's right.
They're still really young.
True. Yeah, right.
I mean, so
there's a lot of
hopefully a lot of time and energy left to share with the students, and they can always go from that to being a bus driver. Putting them on a waiting list. Because the pay's really good. So just some really good things happening with our right now with Terrebonne Parish School Board. It's just really, really nice. So excited about that. The other thing is, with really good teachers, we get some good outcomes.
That's right.
And it's been remarkable to me that we have done so well through the difficult times for us, through COVID, through Ida, and here now we've got some more scores that we're holding our own, right?
No doubt. Yes. Yeah, and we hate to dwell on that. It's time we kind of move past COVID and Ida,
right.
But it's a reality.
Yes.
I mean, we were affected.
Yes.
We can't hang our hat on that for a long time. So we're beyond it. But with all of that, we're staying steady. We're a solid B school district. We're striving to be better. Every day.
Right.
But I think what I'm most proud of is we have 0 D or F schools.
Wow.
That's not the case in other areas, other districts. It wasn't the case for us not
very long ago, right?
We had at 1.8 D schools, and some of them were very low D schools, and they kept chipping away and progressing, and teachers kept diligently teaching, and it paid off.
Right.
We have 0 that are DNF. So we're proud of that, and we're proud. Not even close.
Right? We're not even close.
Not even close.
We're steady or above.
And here's an interesting thing about scores. The state recognized that it's not so much about the overall score, but equally as important, it's called progress. It's where a kid comes to the school and how far you grow them, how far they progress, right?
Sure.
So there's a score it's called a progress grade, your progress index.
Okay.
And the majority of our schools are A's in progress because we move kids.
Wow.
So what it does, it compares kids that are demographically similar to other schools in other areas. So it makes like a very normed comparison.
Right.
And we outperform most districts in the state because we're A's. The majority of our schools are A's in progress. So we're proud of that in particular.
Well, and that's how you look at some of those statistics, some of those numbers and say, okay, this is where we're doing a really good job because where people are coming in, we're moving that needle forward. They're learning.
Right.
And
that's why there's such
better.
an emphasis on that progress score because of what you just said.
Yeah. And look, progress matters. And seeing that progression, we're helping young boys and girls become young men and women. And it's these teachers, like you said, it kind of starts with the teachers, but it also starts with empowering the teachers. I will tell you
good point. Yes,
that's one of those words, and that's just it echoes the administration and what you guys are doing and what the principals are doing to help empower those teachers and those aides and really making a difference and reaching the kids because they're allowed to kind of think outside the classroom, if you will, in some of those areas.
No, it's interesting you should say empower because we're taking a stance to further empower teachers, believe it or not. Like we believe in them, right? And if we get as large a percentage, as many teachers that are highly qualified into our system, right? We can just let them teach, right? We've been a little over restrictive and in some cases kind of over scrutinizing kind of what they do. We really want to back up and let teachers teach. And it's not just a mantra. It's what we're going to do. You know, I don't want it to be lip service. I really don't want it to be.
I got you.
So I've been, really pushing this message for teachers to really get excited about teaching again. Like have fun and really
be creative.
We've kind of taken that away to some degree. So we're going to re-implement that part of their job. And we want to be the district, Keith, that allows teachers to teach.
Yeah.
I've been hearing it for years, right? Yeah. Teachers feel like they're restricted, they're not as creative as they once were. So we've got to return that back to teachers, that autonomy, empower them. You said empower. I mean, that's a perfect word for it. So
and that's the word. Like I have lots of friends and their kids that teach. That's the word. They feel empowered.
Okay, good.
And that's amazing
that's good to hear.
Coming from where we have these last 4 or 5 years, empowering. And so we're going to have to take another short break. Sure. I want to continue that discussion about how we feel empowered to move on.
Okay,
and as
sounds
we're doing
good.
That. All right, guys, we'll be right back here on Bayou Time. Hello and welcome back to this edition of Bayou Time. Again, your host, Keith Weiss. I'm very glad to have with us once again Superintendent Bubba Orgeron, Terrebonne Parish School System. Thanks for joining us again.
Thank you.
We were talking about empowerment, and it is so very nice that, again, that's the word that we're hearing, that a lot of these students are being empowered because the teachers are being empowered, the principals and assistant principals are being empowered, and that kind of starts at the top. And I love the fact that we want to let these teachers really get out and be creative and teach within the structure of the program.
That's right.
What needs to be done. And one of the best ways to do that is for us to all kind of be a part of that recovery process. And I think the word recovery has become a little bit more positive than it was a year ago or 2 years ago.
That's right. That's right. Yeah.
So let's talk a little bit about how that's happening across the parish.
Yeah. So, so it's been a process. Right? We're relying on FEMA to kind of reimburse us for a lot of these repair projects that we're doing from the storm. But we're in a phase now that we're wrapping up the majority of the work, which is, it took a while, but we're there. We're at that point. Barring some of the major rebuilds, like Upper Little Caillou and Grand Caillou and the Ellender School, in particular, right? Those the two elementary schools have been approved to be demolished. So we'll see that work happening soon. Upper Little Caillou is around the corner. Any day now, they'll start mobilizing and tearing down the old, and the architects are in the process now of designing the new building. So that's
fantastic.
coming. So timeline for those two elementary schools, we're looking at about a year to design, 8 months to 12 months to design, and about an 18-month build.
Right.
So we're looking at about a couple and a half years
2.5, 3 years,
right? 2.5, 3 years. So it's coming. It's coming, and it's time. But we'll build some substantial schools. Now we've got to elevate, meet flood requirements. I'm not sure exactly what that's going to look like. There's a couple of options. You can build a school that's elevated on pillars, or build large mounds. So there's a couple of different options, but that's all part of the design work.
And getting that evaluated and approved.
That's
right. As we go,
that's correct.
There's those approval processes as we go. And quite frankly, we had to wait for the approval process to decide about demolition. We had to get to this point.
Which we're still in that phase with Ellender right now.
Correct.
Ellender, we're still waiting for that final approval to move forward. And what we're pretty certain about Ellender, it's going to be a tear down or demolish, and then a rebuild.
Right.
So we're meeting with architects currently, kind of getting ahead so we can get the planning pieces kind of in place, so we're not waiting till it's finally demolished to start the planning. So we're kind of getting ahead of ourselves as much as we can without getting too far ahead.
Right.
So we have architects assigned, and they're kind of ready to kind of start the design process, or they've been actually kind of beginning the design process. But so that's all coming.
Right.
So we're doing a lot of other little projects, like I say little, they're major, but Oak Lawn. Some of what's going to be happening at Oak Lawn is hurricane related, but we're redoing the roof, but we're going to redo like all of the windows and get them energy efficient walls. And when it's, and that's the thing I've been saying, it's not just changing out glass for glass, we're changing out the whole wall.
And it's the whole wall for the whole side of the building.
So it's going to be an immediate facelift and energy efficiency, and we're redoing the floors, the lighting, the ceilings. We're going to do some major painting with some of the brickwork over there, redoing the gym, which needs a lot of exterior work.
Right.
So, and we're doing a lot of other things, and Oak Lawn had their perimeter fencing project done.
Right.
So we're going to get all of our schools with some pretty substantial perimeter fencing. I mean, that's just a layer in our safety plan. But
and it kind of restructured the yard.
It confined it somewhat, but it's confined.
Right,
which is the
and
key.
it's all about safety.
That's right.
It's one of those things, and that was not done by chance. That was done by design.
That's right.
Like a lot of these rebuilds, a lot of these things that are necessary. That it's a bit of it's an upgrade over at Oak Lawn.
That's right.
Because we want to make sure that we're attracting our students back.
And we want it to have pride, right?
Yeah.
It's a pride thing, yeah. Which another significant project that we're about to embark on is a remodeling of Terrebonne High.
Oh, right.
And that's a separate pot of money. It's not storm related. It's different. Some people might say, well, why Terrebonne High when other schools are still? It's two separate funding sources, right? So, but it needs to be done. It's dated, and
it's our oldest school.
It's our oldest school, and it's so we're gonna have an architect come and present his plan to the board in January.
Okay,
but we're talking science labs. We're talking front office relocation. Like right now, Terrebonne High is located. The office is on the second floor.
Right.
So when people come to the office, they have to traipse through the building, so to speak. It's not safe, right? So we need to fix that. We have some athletic adjustments that we're going to make with the field house and the band room, upgrades that are just needed for a good quality high school like Terrebonne High.
Yeah,
so we're excited about that.
And we want to make sure that people are looking forward to coming to a school that's got
Right, no doubt.
And
even little things like restrooms, right? Our restrooms need some work, so they're going to get done in this project. Yeah, so we're excited about that.
Well, look, but I got to tell you, just starting with the positive changes with having enough bus drivers to get all of our kids to school on time is remarkable to me, because I know the what needed to take place, all of that work, and really working hard and fighting for to empower our teachers to get them paid and to get them paid better, and all of these the recovery work that's being done. A lot of great work. We are so very thankful and appreciative for what y'all are doing every day to make the environment better and improve what our kids get.
Thank you.
So thank you so much
All
for
right,
what you
appreciate
do.
it.
All right. And that will do it for this particular segment of Bayou Time. Don't go anywhere. A lot more local programming right here on HTV.
Welcome to Bayou Time. I'm Jacob DeGate. Now joining me with the Louisiana State Police is Trooper Ross Brennan. Thank you very much for joining us, Trooper.
Yep, thanks for having us.
Unfortunately, there was a tragic accident that happened recently on 182. Can you please fill us in a little bit about this horrible accident?
Yeah, so Troop C, we this morning around 5 a.m. we responded to a two-vehicle head-on collision on Highway 182, which also Bayou Black Drive, near the Sugar Ridge Drive area. And so when troopers arrived out there, both the vehicles, unfortunately, were fully engulfed in fire. And the preliminary investigation is showing that there was a F-350 that was traveling eastbound on Highway 182 while in a slight curve. At the same time, there was a westbound F-150 that was coming around the curve also. And for reasons that we're still, trying to determine, that F-350 crossed the center line and struck that F-150 head on. After the collision, the F-150 traveled off the roadway into Bayou Black right there, and both the vehicles became engulfed in flames. We're still got to determine, whether impairment and stuff like that. We're still waiting for standard toxicology. Because the vehicles were so damaged, we don't know restraint use at this time. But unfortunately, both the drivers did suffer fatal injuries and died at the scene. And of course, this crash is still in the investigation. We'll hopefully have a press release out later today with a little bit more information as far as the victims, but we're just kind of giving the family some time to make their own notifications to other loved ones.
Yeah, it's certainly worst time of year for this to happen. And of course, it's never an easy time, but our thoughts and prayers with both families. So it was two single drivers, no passengers involved.
Correct, no passengers, just the drivers. Both of those drivers of those vehicles were killed in that crash.
Okay, and that was on Highway 182 in Bayou Black this morning?
Yes, this morning around 5.
Okay, well, again, we certainly, our thoughts and prayers with those families as well. And moving on into Lafourche Parish, there is an investigation that you all are conducting regarding an in-custody death in Raceland. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, so last week, December 21st, our detectives with state police were called to investigate a in-custody death with the Lafourche Parish Sheriff's Office. So around 9 a.m. December 21st morning, deputies with Lafourche Sheriff's Office responded to a disturbance at a residence on near LA1 and Dano Street in the Raceland area, right there at that intersection. During the call, one of the subjects was transported to a nearby hospital where they later died at the hospital. And of course, this is still an ongoing investigation. Our detectives are still diligently working, trying to gather information. And I know the Sheriff's Office released a statement with some more information, but hopefully we'll have an update later on once our detectives can go and verify and look at and gather all the details that are pertinent with what's going on with this ordeal here.
Okay, in situations like that, when a suspect dies in custody of another police agency, is that when typically the Louisiana State Police steps in and does an investigation?
That kind of depends on that department's policy. You might have, I know I've seen it before in the New Orleans area, like whether Jefferson Parish or Orleans or New Orleans police officers, they might do their own investigation. It's all dependent upon that department's policy and what their leadership would like. And, they'll ask to request state police maybe to take a look at something, but it's dependent upon that department, what they have set in place.
Okay, all right. We do have a few minutes left in this segment. So I know, again, talking about the holiday time, can you tell us some more tips for drivers out there to help keep people safe on the roadway, in this holiday time as well?
Well, yeah, I mean, we just got done with Christmas. We're about to go to New Year's. I know people even before Christmas are already talking about Mardi Gras 2 coming up. So, look, it's just a lot of chances, especially the impaired driving. But look, our troopers are out there working over the Christmas. So during the Christmas holiday, we've arrested 34 impaired drivers just with our agency. I know there were some other agencies that were out there doing impaired driving enforcement. I know they got some checkpoints that are going to be coming up as well in Terrebonne Parish. So, look, just because Christmas is over doesn't mean that our officers are going to stop. I mean, we look for impaired drivers every day of the year, but especially this time of the year because we know they got a lot of festivities going on. It's easy for people to make those wrong choices. So, look, if you're going to go out, have a party or whatever, make that decision before you even leave of how you're going to get back home. Fortunately, in our area, we really don't have no Ubers and Lyfts, so you might have to rely on that friend to be that designated driver to get you back. Even driving on the roadway during the daytime, I mean, you got distractions, especially now the kids are out of school until they go back, so now you got to worry about them inside your vehicle, so that can be a potential distraction. But also now that you have those kids out of school, you might have situations where now grandparents are kind of looking at them during the daytime while the parents are at work. So it's definitely good to double check, make sure that they're in the right car seat that they should be in, especially if they're in a different vehicle than what they normally travel in. They might be in grandma or papa's car or whatever that might be. So just to let the public remember too is every Wednesday from 10 to 12 we're at Terrebonne General. We do free car seat checks there. It's definitely a great idea just to come through. Maybe that kid might be getting to a point where he might be outgrowing one seat, maybe transitioning to another one. You're not really sure if it's time to move them yet. Again, that's something that we can do at the hospital, and it's always a free service. We definitely want to get the word out there. Tell your friends, tell your family members. Last year, we've just at the hospital alone, we checked 80-something car seats. Wow. So that's definitely a big improvement the previous years what we've had, and we try to offer that service to the public. And again, it's a free service for you. There's no cost, nothing, no background checks, no nothing like that. So look, the main thing is just to get the kids safe on the road. So that's what we want to make sure everybody's safe on the roadway.
Yeah, and unfortunately, the directions don't make it easy enough to install them car seats.
Challenging now.
So it's it's always good to get a double check, even if you think you're sure you got it right. The people over there, state police, that's what they do, and they can really help you out.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, we do have to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll discuss some more events that state police was doing over the holidays. Stay tuned right here on HTV.